We are on the record, Media 1, Volume 3. My name is, I'm with Veritex. Please begin.
We're on the record at 9:13 a.m. on August 23rd, 2017. I am Jessica Chan, and with me are Rahul Kolakar, Michael Foley, Jason Habermeyer, and Monique Winkler. We are officers of the Commission for the purposes of this proceeding. We are today resuming the examination of Elizabeth Holmes, which was adjourned on July 13th, 2017. Would counsel please identify themselves?
Stephen Neal, representing Elizabeth Holmes.
John Dwyer, also for Elizabeth Holmes.
David Taylor, Theranos.
Chris Davies from Weller.
Bill Lucas from Weller.
Ali Lieber from Cooley.
Testimony today is pursuant to a commission subpoena, which has been marked as Exhibit 261. And I'm handing a copy of Exhibit 261 to you now. Ms. Holmes, are you appearing here today pursuant to Exhibit 261?
Yes.
You can put that aside. Ms. Holmes, do you understand that you remain under oath?
I do.
Let the record reflect that a copy of the formal order of investigation in this matter, as supplemented, will be available for examination during the course of this proceeding. Ms. Holmes, when was your last contact with Sunny Balwani?
I think early this year, 2017.
Oh, and how did you meet with him?
It wasn't a meeting. I think it was running the dish, and he was running it at the same time, and we passed each other and said hello. Was
there any other substance to your conversation with him?
I was walking with one of our investors, and I just introduced him and said, "This is who is the investor," and he said hello, and that was it.
And who is?
One of our Series A investors.
In Theranos?
Yes.
Why were you meeting with?
He's a close friend, and we were taking a walk on the dish.
Did you talk with about Theranos?
During that dish walk?
Yes.
I'm trying to remember. I think so. Yes, I'm sure I did.
What did you talk about?
Probably where we were as a company at that moment, what we were working to do, his thoughts on our strategy, how we were working to see this vision through.
What were his thoughts on your strategy?
You know,
yeah. Only answer this if you actually remember. I don't want you speculating about what you talked about.
I don't remember the specifics of the conversation. I remember him being there. I remember walking with him, and I know that I generally always talk to him about where we are at a given point in time when I see him.
Have you had conversations with Mr. Balwani about the fact that you would be providing SEC testimony?
When he was still working for Theranos in 2016, we had already received subpoenas from the SEC, and he was involved with the legal team with some discussions, but we haven't had any substantive discussions since he left the company.
So that would have been in 2016?
Yeah.
And so you wouldn't have had any conversations with him about the substance of your SEC testimony in July and today?
No.
Besides counsel, have you had any conversations with anyone about the substance of your testimony before the SEC?
I have not.
When we adjourned testimony on July 13th, we were in the middle of discussing Theranos' interactions with the FDA. Do you remember that?
I do.
Did Theranos submit minutes of meetings it had with the FDA?
I believe so.
Who drafted those minutes?
I don't know it was the same person every time. I know sometimes our regulatory counsel, but there was likely other people as well.
And who was your regulatory counsel?
It varied from time to time. Our internal regulatory counsel was...
Who else would have been involved in drafting those minutes besides?
I don't know.
Were you involved in editing the minutes?
I may have been. I don't remember a specific instance in which I did, but it's likely I would have reviewed documents over the course of the time we were sending information to the FDA.
And what would be the process of drafting and editing those minutes at Theranos?
I don't know there was a formal process in the same way as we've instituted processes now. Someone would have taken notes, and to the extent they were reviewed by the team, they were reviewed and submitted.
who was responsible for taking notes of the meeting at Theranos?
I believe it was different people for each meeting. I don't think it was the same person each time.
And the person who was taking the notes, would they be the one who would also do the first draft of the minutes?
Not necessarily.
Okay. And did you take notes of the meetings with FDA?
Sometimes.
When regulatory counsel would send letters to the FDA on Theranos' behalf, were you ever involved in providing input or edits to those letters?
I can't sit here remembering a specific instance, but it's likely I was.
And you would review correspondence before it was sent to the FDA, correct?
Not always, but sometimes.
You wouldn't review correspondence that your counsel would be sending to FDA on Theranos' behalf?
For example, if it was internal counsel, not every time, but sometimes I would.
Okay, so if it was outside counsel, would you be reviewing correspondence before it was sent out by outside counsel?
I don't know if it was every time, but again, sometimes I would.
Which would be the more likely scenario in which you reviewed it? Were you reviewing outside counsel's work more closely or inside counsel's?
I think it's more what the matter was. If there was a really substantive document that was going in, there's a higher probability that I would look at it. If it was a more tactical communication, then I probably wouldn't.
In earlier testimony, you testified that you believe Theranos could continue using the nanotuner in late 2014, even though FDA told Theranos to seek clearance or approval of the nanotuner. Do you remember that testimony?
I don't remember the specific conversation in here, but yes, that's true.
And so you understood in late 2014 that Theranos, let me repeat that question. You understood in late 2014 that FDA believed that Theranos needed to obtain clearance or approval for the nanotuner, correct?
I understood in late 2014 that the FDA had asked us to file 510Ks for the nanotuner.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
And you also understood in late 2014 that FDA had asked Theranos to obtain clearance and approval for any tests that it was performing on the TSPU, correct?
Yes, I understood that we could continue using our systems as LDTs, but that the FDA wanted to make sure we were filing both the nanotainer as well as our tests with the FDA.
I'm handing to you what's been marked Theranos Exhibit 262. Exhibit 262 purports to be a December 24th, 2014 email to Elizabeth Holmes with a copy to Sunny Balwani. The subject line is re-FYI. Starting base number is TS-0997054. Have you seen Exhibit 262 before?
I'm not sure in terms of the document, but I remember writing the email in the bottom chain.
What is Exhibit 262?
It's two emails, one from me to our team and one in response.
Did you receive and review Exhibit 262 on or about December 24th, 2014?
I don't know. I believe I drafted the email on the bottom on December 24th.
Is this the email that you recall sending, the email on the bottom of 7054? Is this the email that you recall sending after your Christmas Eve 2014 telephone conversation with the FDA?
I think so. Do you mind if I take a quick minute to read it?
Sure. Is this the conversation that you recall in which it told you that Theranos could continue using the nanotainer while it was putting in its 510K submissions?
What I recall from this conversation is asking him whether we could continue running LDTs while doing these submissions, and what I had understood from that conversation was that so long as we were actively working with them, it would be okay to do that.
Did it tell you that it would be okay for Theranos to continue using the nanotainers while it was putting in its 510K submissions?
That was what I had understood from the conversation. I can't remember his exact words sitting here now.
Did you take notes of this conversation?
I think so.
Handing to you what's been marked there, and it's Exhibit 263. Exhibit 263 purports to be handwritten notes dated 12/23/14 and 12/24/14. The title of the notes is OTC, with starting dates number THPFN 000-552-8637. Have you seen Exhibit 263 before?
I think so.
What is Exhibit 263?
I believe it's the notes of the call we were just talking about with Al.
Does TC at the top mean telephone call?
Yes.
Was that your practice to abbreviate telephone call with TC?
Often. Not necessarily always.
Did you draft Exhibit 263 on or about December 23rd, 2014 and December 24th, 2014?
I think so.
I just wanted to go through some of the notations that we've seen in your notes. So where it has an exclamation mark and a circle around it, if you see halfway down the page, it says "Go back." What is that indicating to you?
I'm sorry, what's the question?
Why do you put an exclamation mark with a circle around it? Does that mean anything to you?
It could be a number of reasons. It could be something to follow up on. It could be something that I wanted to particularly pay attention to. I don't think there was a consistent use of it.
Okay, and when we're trying to read your notes, how do you usually write notes? Because we see a lot of words followed by periods. What do those mean to you?
I mean, I free flow my thoughts, what someone's saying, sort of mixed in. These were from my personal notebooks where I was just trying real time to write things down as I was in a meeting or on a call or jotting down thoughts. There's not a methodical system to it.
Do you carry around a moleskin notebook for that purpose to write down notes of meetings and calls?
I do now, yeah.
Okay. And so how, do you have separate notebooks for different types of meetings or calls?
No.
So it's just one notebook at any period of time?
Yes.
And when you're done with that notebook, do you just then move to the next notebook?
I do. I don't know that was always true going back all the years that we're talking about, but that's what I do right now.
And then if you look back at your notes, some of the words are in parentheses. What does that mean?
I need to look at a specific part of it to walk you through. I don't really think there's a general language to these. It's just sort of free-form jotting things down to try to write quickly when I'm talking to someone.
So why don't we look at, I think, the second bullet point down. So it says options, period, say, and then letter in parentheses.
Mm-hmm.
So could you walk us through that bullet point?
Yes, I'm just reading it. Sitting here now, I read it to mean that we had a number of options that were in the letter, and that there was a range of data that we sent. There was a concern from chemistry, but they were more comfortable in the hematology division.
Okay, why don't we go one more bullet point down, just so that we understand how you do write your notes. So what about the third bullet point down? What does that say?
Just reading it. So I think this is a reference to for data we had generated for the hematology assays. For a couple of the assays, there was repeatability issues with platelets not being very tight, but I think what this is saying, sitting here now, is that the FDA was okay with that in part because the assays were going to be measured as part of the system later on in a separate FDA submission, and so the discordance in the assay data was not as much of an issue for a nanotainer filing, which is what we were talking about on that call.
And if you turn to the next couple pages, it looks like your notes span about 3 pages of your notebook. Is that consistent with your
Just for
recollection?
curiosity, I'm not sure it's clear these came from a notebook. Maybe they did, maybe they didn't. She said she uses notebooks now, but I don't think you've established whether this actually came from a notebook, right?
Did this come from your notebook?
I don't know. I mean, I'm using moleskins right now. At different periods of time, I had just pieces of paper with Theranos letterhead, and I also had like pads of paper, like yellow pads. So I don't know.
Okay. So it looks like these notes span 3 pages. Is that consistent with your recollection as to the notes that you took of that call with?
I don't have memory of how many pages the notes were.
On the second page, there's kind of a diagonal slash. Top of the page there, top left corner. So it might be covered by the state. Kind of far.
Yes, yes, I see it.
Does that kind of like diagonal dash have any purpose or use in your notes?
I don't know. I could sit here and try to reconstruct it if it's useful.
I guess I'm just, in just trying to understand kind of your process. I'm just trying to understand if there's any meaning to. Is it sort of a different topic or?
Yeah, I mean, if I were doing that today, I would do it if I was sort of changing thoughts on something, but I don't know that necessarily means what it was here, and it also doesn't necessarily mean that that's how the conversation went,
Okay.
Okay, you can put that one aside. Was there a time when Theranos stopped using the nanotainer?
Yes.
When was that?
I believe it was in the fall of 2015.
When in the fall of 2015?
I don't know by memory. I think August or September, but I'm not sure.
Was it around the time of the FDA inspection of Theranos?
Yes.
Why did Theranos stop using the nanotainer?
Because we had been operating under the assumption that it was okay to be using it as an LDT, and when FDA took the position that one of the nanotainers, the heparin 1, needed to be documented under the FDA quality system, which we thought did not have to happen until after we had clearance, we realized that we had a fundamental disconnect with the FDA that we didn't think we had, so we stopped using it. Both of them, not just the heparin 1.
Did FDA tell you to stop using the nanotainer at the inspection?
And not that I am aware of.
So is it your testimony that it was Theranos' decision to stop using the nanotainer in August or September of 2015?
Well, I want to be careful with how I answer that question because clearly FDA had concerns. I'm not aware of any direct communication to stop using it, but we stopped in response to the fact that they had concerns.
FDA had told you in a number of letters prior to that inspection to stop using the nanotainers, though, correct?
As we've discussed previously, our understanding with those letters was that commentary was coming because there were certain assumptions that would mean we could not still apply for clearance. And when we worked through those, we thought we were still in good faith working with them and therefore could still continue to use it.
Did you request in writing an opinion from FDA that you could continue using the nanotainer after you had worked out a path forward to gain clearance of the nanotainer?
I don't think so.
Did you ever receive any written indication from FDA that it was okay for Theranos to continue using the nanotainer?
They continued to work with us on our filings as we submitted them, and obviously we're actively using them, and they were continuing to try to help us. But outside of the continued engagement, I don't think there was explicit communication about the use of it as an LDT. In writing.
I'm going to hand to you what we've already marked as Theranos Exhibit 221. I only have one copy, unfortunately, because it's pulling a lot of trees. So if you turn to page ending 6450.
I don't know if these guys have stamps on them.
Oh.
Should we try at the bottom? Did that here? We can't.
Not after this one.
Okay.
Really?
If you wouldn't mind just sharing them.
Sure.
Sorry about that.
Yeah, no worries.
Do you have another copy that's got the correction numbers? I mean, this is
But you might be able to figure out from the pages.
yeah, can you identify it? If you can identify it just by the page number, you see the page, not the base number, but at the bottom of each
Oh,
page.
yeah,
there's a number.
212.
Yeah. So then you can take that one.
Got it.
That's 212.
Yes. Okay.
So if you just take a look at the text messages that are taking place between you and Mr. Balwani on 212 and 213, and just let me know when you're done.
The whole page of 212 and 13?
Yes.
Okay.
Are these text messages being sent between you and Mr. Balwani during the FDA inspection of 2015?
I don't know if it was during it, but I believe it's around it, or potentially, I don't know if it was like while the audit was happening.
Okay, so if you look on page 212 of your copy, which is 6450.
Yes.
Towards the bottom, about 5 messages up, it says, "Are you getting a sense from me?" Do you see that?
Yes.
Do you understand that to be who's an inspector of the FDA?
I didn't, but I don't have reason to doubt that.
You didn't know who the inspectors were from the FDA who came to inspect Theranos in 2015?
I knew who the one at the site that I was at was.
Who was the one at your site?
I believe.
Okay, and so you see her name also on 213,
Yep.
right? So,
Which site were you at during the FDA visit?
I was in Palo Alto.
Okay, and was your understanding that Mr. Balwani was at the Newark site?
Yes.
do you have any reason to doubt that these text messages were taking place while the inspectors were at Theranos?
Yeah, again, I'm just not sure about the timestamps based on the last time we went through this. It could have been at the end of the day, but I think it generally coincided with the FDA inspection.
Okay, so back on page 212 of your copy,
Mm-hmm.
a few messages up from where it references, it says, from Mr. Balwani, there's a text message saying, "We should discuss tonight turning CTN off."
Mm-hmm.
And then you respond, "Been thinking about it." Do you see that?
I do.
Then Mr. Balwani says, "We don't want them to say we are marketing LDTs. At least we can stop CTN for direct access." What did you understand Mr. Balwani to mean by this?
You know, sitting here now, I'm not completely sure because there was a lot of conversations going on at the same time during these inspections. My reaction reading it now is that we were trying to figure out why the FDA was there and we couldn't understand what they were interested in. And it looks like at this point, he might have thought they were focused on the LDTs and that therefore, if they were looking at the nanotainer as a corollary to the LDTs, then not using the nanotainer to make sure that they weren't going after the LDTs.
Okay, so you understood that he was talking about stopping the use of the nanotuners in this section of his text messages, correct?
Again, I don't know, at that moment what I understood. I, sitting here now, think he's trying to figure out why the FDA is there and talking about stopping the use of the nanotuners in that context.
Okay. So I'm not asking about your understanding now, but I want to bring you back to 2015 and ask you questions about what your understanding was back then. So was your understanding back then that he was talking here about stopping the use of the nanotainer?
I don't know. This audit happened at a time in which there was a tremendous amount of chaos internally because we thought we were in good standing with the FDA. We were reacting. We had a lot of input. I don't know that I'm going to be able to sit here and tell you what I was thinking when these messages were going back and forth.
Okay. So why don't we go to the next page then? So about halfway down the page, this is
This is page 213.
213 at 8:54 p.m. There's a message from Mr. Balwani, and he says, "We can build this business, they software and JP, and run circles around others and FDA by manipulating their game." Do you see that?
I do.
What is JP referring to?
I think it's a reference to Jurassic Park, which is what he called the traditional clinical lab infrastructure.
Okay, so what did you understand him to be saying when he says, "We can build this business, they software and Jurassic Park"?
I think what he's talking about is competing with Quest just based on the software solutions that we had and traditional lab equipment as a model.
Okay, so he's saying Theranos can build the business using just traditional lab devices.
And software. Yeah.
Is that right?
Yeah.
So you're just, in other words, managing the process better than a traditional lab would, with the aid of software, and is that fair?
I think that's a part of it. The other part was all the consumer-directed testing, right? So transparent pricing, consumer experience, decision support, direct access, that we could basically compete with Quest on their own game just through that.
Okay, Okay, and then the next part of his text says, and run circles around others and FDA by manipulating their game. What did you understand him to mean by that?
I think, I mean, sitting here now, I read it as responding to, we had been getting, we thought that the labs had been reaching out to FDA, and we'd been getting a lot of attacks from them in Arizona, and I think he's talking about how we would competitively respond to the labs.
So you just said sitting here now. Did you have that same understanding back in 2015?
I can't tell you what my understanding was in 2015. I don't remember. I don't remember this text exchange.
You don't remember this text exchange at all?
I don't.
Okay, he goes on then to say, we just need a fresh start and a giant step back, like we discussed late night. I think that's last night. Do CTN PMA on our terms and then go intelligent on marketing? Intelligent. What did you understand him to mean when he says go intelligent on marketing?
I don't know.
Did he ever use that phrase with you?
I don't recognize it.
And then you respond, we can definitely run circles. What did you mean by that?
Again, sitting here now, I think we're talking about Quest and our thought that they were getting regulators to come in and inspect us, and they were doing things in Arizona like putting sort of bad press about us on the door of patients, and they were going after us really hard.
Were you referring to running circles around the FDA?
I definitely don't think so.
What were you referring to running circles around?
The lab companies.
I guess why don't you think you were talking about running circles around the FDA?
Because we were trying so hard to do the right thing and engaging with the FDA. We hired all the best regulatory counsel. We'd been trying to proactively engage with them. We knew we were doing something different, but we really wanted to do the right thing in terms of working with them constructively.
I guess I'm just trying to understand that in the context of what you recall about this conversation. I mean, do you recall what you meant when sending that message?
No, as I said, I don't recall this text exchange at all. But I know what we were trying to do. I know why we had worked so hard on trying to proactively engage with the agency, and I know that at this time, this is right before the Wall Street Journal articles began, we were aware that the labs had been really going after us, and we thought that this in part was part of that.
So if you look up at Mr. Balwani's earlier message at 8:54 p.m., he does talk about running circles around others and the FDA. Do you see that?
I see the text, yes.
Did you understand him to mean that he was suggesting that you run circles around the FDA?
Again, I don't remember the text conversation. I do not believe that that's what he would have been saying. That's completely inconsistent with everything we were trying to do for all the years in which we had been trying to engage with them successfully.
Did you ever have conversations with Mr. Balwani outside of these text messages about running circles around the FDA?
No, not that I know of.
So then, a few lines down at 8:56 p.m., you write a text message to Mr. Balwani that says, but all our marketing now is for our lab. Do you see that?
Yes.
And then a couple lines down from that, same time, 8:56, Mr. Balwani responds, that's the intelligent part. He goes on to say, we can market our lab and everything, and people will talk about our finger stick without us talking about it. What did you understand him to mean by that?
So she's already told you a dozen times she doesn't recall this conversation. So are you asking for her present interpretation? Or are you asking her the same question over and over as to whether she recalls it?
Do you have any recollection as to, or understanding as to what he would have been referring to there?
Again, I'm happy to tell you my interpretation now. I don't remember this text exchange, but looking at it now, I read it as, again, strategy for how to compete with the labs that we thought were going after us. I don't remember the discussion or what I was thinking at that moment.
Did you ever have conversations with Mr. Balwani outside of these text messages about how even though Theranos couldn't market its nanotuners because FDA had told Theranos to stop using them, that Theranos could continue marketing its lab, and that by doing so, people would continue talking about the finger stick without Theranos needing to market the finger stick?
I'm not sure I understand the question.
Did you ever have conversations with Mr. Balwani outside of these text messages about how you could continue marketing the lab and not talking about the nanotuner, and that by doing so people would talk about the finger stick without you needing to market the finger stick?
No, I don't think so.
Did you ever talk with Mr. Balwani about Theranos' marketing being primarily about fingerstick? Do you mind just giving me a little bit more background on what the question is? I'm not sure. Are you referring to like the ads or? Yeah, sure. Why don't we start with the ads? You know,
Yeah.
did you ever have discussions with Mr. Balwani about what the focus of Theranos' marketing should be?
Yes.
And was the focus of that marketing to your memory fingerstick?
No.
What was the focus?
Small samples, low cost, better access.
Do you ever discuss with Mr. Balwani his view that that the marketing could lead one to believe that Theranos was focused on fingerstick?
Yes, and we did, to be clear, have some fingerstick specific advertising, but in general we were trying to have those be the three themes of our advertising. And he and I and the marketing team met and discussed that.
Who else? I think we talked about this sort of before, but other than yourself, Mr. Balwani, and the marketing folks at Theranos, was there anyone else involved in those conversations?
Counsel, and regulatory counsel, and I'm sure there were others from the teams internally. I don't have specific memory of a conversation sitting here now, but probably multiple sort of cross-functional teams inside the company.
Yes. Who had the final say at Theranos in terms of marketing strategy?
I'm trying to remember. I mean, we at one point brought in a woman to be chief marketing officer who had been CEO of a marketing company, and she ran it. We generally reviewed content before releasing it, as a team.
When you say we as a team, meaning yourself and Mr. Balwani as well?
Amongst others, yes.
Okay, going back to page 213 of Exhibit 221. So at 8:57, you respond, yeah, and then Mr. Balwani says, once we have 70% FS. Is FS here referring to fingerstick?
Sitting here now, I think so.
Okay. Did you know, strike that. Did you and Mr. Balwani use FS to refer to anything else during your time managing the company together?
I don't know. That's what I think it is sitting here now.
Okay. At this time, in September of 2015, had the company not developed a method that was capable of performing 70% of tests on fingerstick?
We had developed methods that were capable of performing 70% on fingerstick. I don't know that we had operationalized them in the lab or that we were getting ordering pattern to be able to see that in the people we were serving at this time. I don't know where we were on it by September of 15.
Okay, so your testimony is that Theranos had developed a method to perform all tests, or 70% of all tests with fingerstick, but had not operationalized that in the lab. Is that your testimony?
We developed multiple methods. I believe by this point we'd operationalized the menu that we thought would realize that, but we never got the patient traffic that matched those ordering patterns.
And then Mr. Balwani then goes on to write at 8:58, so directly under that text message, in parallels from today onwards, we need legal strategy to deal with being aggressive through lawyers only. Do you see that?
I do.
Was Mr. Balwani referring here to the FDA?
I don't know. I can, sitting here now, guess that, but I don't know.
Did you view your interactions with the FDA as aggressive?
You know, not up until this point. During this inspection and after it, I think we made very significant mistakes in how we interacted with them, and I regret that deeply and have tried to change our entire legal infrastructure to do it the right way.
So back in September of 2015, did you agree with Mr. Balwani that you need to engage on a legal strategy to deal with the FDA aggressively?
I don't know. I know that we, from this point, did not deal with the FDA the right way. We made mistakes in how we engaged with them.
Did you have any conversations outside of these text messages with Mr. Balwani about dealing with FDA aggressively?
I can't sit here now and remember specific ones. I remember during this time being really upset that I thought we had been doing the right thing in terms of how we were engaging with them, and deferring to others, including counsel, on things that I probably shouldn't have in how we engaged with them, and we didn't take a constructive approach, and I think that really hurt us.
What do you mean by you didn't take a constructive approach?
We ended up being aggressive in our responses, and that was the wrong thing to do.
So a minute ago when you said sort of you've come to realize that Theranos made mistakes in connection with its interactions with the FDA, other than sort of the aggressive responses, what mistakes are you referring to there?
We had a team of people who believed that we were properly operating with the systems as LDTs, and that the fact that they had not yet been documented under the quality system was consistent with public guidance on LDTs. And instead of responding to the FDA coming in and saying, okay, you have concerns, we'll do whatever it takes to fix it, and do what we've ultimately done in terms of how we've responded to the lab and responded to FDA, they fought the agency, right? And they told them they didn't have jurisdiction, and that was completely the wrong approach.
Did you agree with your attorneys at the time to fight with the agency?
Hang on.
I mean, look, we're not, so far we haven't gone into the content of conversations with counsel. You're right at that line, and asking whether she agreed with legal advice is asking what the legal advice was. So she's talked about approach and whether and her reaction to the approach. That doesn't go into the content of legal advice.
I guess I wanted just one clarification on the last answer. Was when you referred to just a team, who did you mean by the team? Maybe
That's fine.
That'll help clear up.
Yeah, it was a team led by counsel. I think we were.
Wait, hold on a second. I mean, it was a team led by counsel. Going back, it seems to me, if you want, you could ask whether she agreed at the time with an aggressive approach or didn't. And
that's fine.
Yeah.
Yeah, I deferred to it. I didn't know what to do.
Okay.
FDA came in to inspect. I thought we'd been doing the right thing, and I tried to hire people who I thought were the best in the space to say, how do you handle this?
Who else was interacting with your counsel besides yourself at the company?
Sunny was, and then whatever internal teams were dealing with the matters that the council were leading. So it was internal counsel, and then probably some of the technical leads as well.
And who would have the authority at the company to decide how to deal with the FDA?
Well, I mean, as we've discussed in prior meetings, I was an CEO of the company. In this case, I made the mistake of deferring to people on a strategy because I didn't know what the right thing to do was, and it was the wrong strategy.
We discussed earlier in your testimony about the number of Walgreens stores that Theranos believed it would be rolling its services out to. Do you remember that?
The number, would you say it one more time? I was switching to Walgreens.
The number of Walgreens stores that Theranos would be rolling out to.
Yes.
Do you remember the discussion about that?
Generally,
in your
yes.
testimony?
Yes.
So, sorry, I just want to remind you not to talk over each other, and I'll try and do the same thing.
I'm
but
sorry.
In order for us to have a clean record, I think I have to ask the questions, and then you should answer, and vice versa. And I'll try also not to ask the next question before you answer.
Absolutely. Sorry about that.
In your mind, what's the best source of information on the number of Walgreens stores that Theranos could roll out to at any moment in time?
Can I have that question, Rebecca?
In your mind, what's the best source of information? on the number of Walgreens stores that Theranos could roll out to at any moment in time?
So I don't think there was a single source of information on that. As you know, the relationship was dynamic and changed throughout the course of the relationship. At different points in time, there's indicators. I think the amendment that talked about the number of what they called gold stores that they were committing to build and the presence in multiple states is sort of one indicator that we certainly focused on a lot. I think the other is that for a long time, we and they both actively described it as a relationship to roll out nationally.
So if we wanted to know as of, say, May 2014, how many stores Theranos and Walgreens had discussed rolling out to at that point, what would we need to look to, or who would have that information?
I don't know. If Sonny were at the company, I would have asked him that question. I don't know. I'm sure if you would like us to piece it back together for you, we could try to do that.
So in your mind, Sonny would have the best information about that?
When he was at the company, yes. That's where I would have gone.
When did Walgreens make its first innovation fee payment of $25 million?
I don't know specifically. I think in 2013. Maybe before that.
So sometime in 2012 or 2013?
Yeah, again, I don't know specifically.
Were you aware of discussions in 2012 whereby Walgreens auditor was asking for evidence that Theranos would be able to repay the $25 million fee if paid to Theranos by Walgreens?
I don't remember that.
Were you aware that Theranos had submitted a letter from Fidelity evidencing its extension of a line of credit to Theranos to show that Theranos would be able to repay the $25 million?
I may have been at the time. I don't have memory of that sitting here now.
Were you aware that Walgreens auditor asked for evidence again in 2014 to show that Theranos would be able to pay back the $100 million innovation fee Walgreens had paid in early 2014?
I don't think so.
Yes, you can put that exhibit aside. I'm handing to you what's been marked Theranos Exhibit 264. Exhibit 264 purports to be a September 23rd, 2014 email from Elizabeth Holmes to Sunny Balwani with subject line Re-Innovation Payment Letter and starting dates number THPFM 000069684. Have you seen Exhibit 264 before?
I don't remember it, but I don't have reason to doubt the email.
What is Exhibit 264?
Do you mind if I take a minute to look at it?
Sure.
It appears to be a set of email exchanges back and forth, mostly between Sunny and Walgreens on the innovation payment.
Did you draft Exhibit 264 and send it on or about September 23rd, 2014.
Well, wait a minute, when you say 264, you're referring to what exhibit?
Is this Exhibit 264?
Yeah, you just
Yeah,
asked
no, but you
whether-
said, did she draft it? She didn't,
Are
there's
you
a whole
just-
bunch of stuff here she clearly didn't draft.
Are you just asking about that top email?
Did you draft and send Exhibit 264?
Same problem. Are you talking about the first email?
Yes, I'm talking about the first email.
Again, I don't remember it, but I don't have reason to doubt the document.
And did you receive and review Mr. Balwani's email to you on September 11th, 2014, on or around that date?
I don't remember receiving or reviewing it.
Do you have any reason to doubt that you received it on that date?
No.
So if you look at the first page of Exhibit 264, there's an email from at Walgreens to Mr. Balwani. Do you see that?
Yes.
And, or for Walgreens, did you understand that at the time?
In 2014?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. And who's,
I'm not sure. I think he was in the finance department at Walgreens.
so if you look at email to Mr. Balwani, he says, I went back and took a look at the contract. It doesn't offer much guidance on this point. Schedule B, Section 6B6 includes the following sentence. Further, the party shall agree upon the appropriate measure in order to measure collectability as it relates to the initial $25 million payment. Did you understand this email chain to be referring to the collectability by Walgreens of the $25 million innovation payment that it made to Theranos in 2012?
Again, prior to this conversation, I didn't have memory of this email exchange sitting here now. Yes, that looks like what it appears to be.
Okay, and now this is in 2014, and at that time you understood that Walgreens had accelerated the $75 million remaining innovation fee to Theranos, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So he then goes on to copy a number of emails from 2012 dealing with the initial $25 million innovation payment, correct?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if he copied them or if it was a response to that exchange or what, but I see the emails.
Okay. And then the last paragraph of his email, he says, while the innovation fee has been paid, the concept of the fee being earned is still at play within the contract. As such, I would take the position that the fee is outstanding as does that term. Were you aware that Walgreens believed the innovation fee, although paid to Theranos, still needed to be earned?
No, my memory was that we thought because we had provided exclusivity and amended the contract that we had earned the payment.
So Mr. Balwani then sends this email on to you, correct?
Yes.
And you respond back to him and you say, do we need a follow-up here? Do you see that?
Yes.
Why were you asking that question?
I don't know.
Did you know whether Mr. Balwani ever followed up on that?
I don't. Reading it now, I would assume he did.
Were you aware in 2014 that Theranos had retained KPMG to conduct a review of its 2012 and 2013 financial statements?
Sitting here now, I didn't remember the timing of it, but I'm sure I was at the time.
Were you aware that KPMG was asked to determine how the first Walgreens innovation fee payment should be accounted for in Theranos' financial statements?
No.
Were you aware that KPMG...
I don't know what I was at the time. I can't remember the interactions in 2014 around it.
Were you aware that KPMG believed in 2014 that the initial innovation fee payment should be accounted for as a customer deposit on Theranos' balance sheets and should not be recognized as revenue?
No, I don't have memory of that.
Who was managing the relationship with KPMG at Theranos?
I think it was...
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you. I think it was.
Was Mr. Balwani involved in managing that relationship as well?
I think so.
Did you have any interactions with KPMG in 2014?
I don't know.
You can put that exhibit aside. Did Theranos and Walgreens have any further discussions about the innovation fee in late 2014, early 2015?
I can't remember specifically, but probably.
Did Theranos and Walgreens discuss the innovation fee with respect to the new contract amendment the parties were contemplating in late 2014, early 2015?
Again, I can't remember specifically, but I would believe we would have.
Why do you believe you would have?
First, looking at this email, and then secondly, just generally remembering the Boots team wanting to open back up the contract, and that there were negotiations sort of about the contract overall as Boots came in.
Do you recall the innovation fee payment being one of the terms that the Boots team wanted to renegotiate?
I don't recall that specifically, but I know they wanted to renegotiate the whole contract.
Do you have a recollection of what their objectives were in that negotiation? Or what they wanted from Theranos?
I don't know what they wanted. I know that, at least my impression was that they were trying to restructure many things the old Walgreens management team had done.
I'm handing to you what's been marked Theranos Exhibit 265. Exhibit 265 purports to be a February 25th, 2015 email from Sunny Balwani to Elizabeth Holmes. Subject line is forward Theranos, Walgreens, Boots Alliance draft contract with starting dates number THER-0982058. And there are two attachments with starting dates number THER-0982059 and THER-0982095. Have you seen Exhibit 265 before?
I don't know. I don't have reason to doubt the email chain.
What is Exhibit 265?
It looks like an email exchange and a draft of one of the Walgreens contract amendments.
Did you review and receive Exhibit 265 on or about February 25th, 2015?
I don't doubt that I received it. I don't know that I reviewed it.
So here in this email, you see that Mr. Balwani is forwarding to you an email he received from attaching a draft of the Theranos Walgreens amended contract. Do you see that?
I do.
Okay. And if you turn to the second attachment at 2099, and actually I think the terms actually start on 2098. But there's a section halfway down the page on 2098 on exclusivity, and then on 2099 there are a number of significant changes to the document, some additions to that exclusivity term. Do you see that?
Yes.
So are these the additional exclusivity rights that Theranos had granted to Walgreens earlier in 2013?
I don't know. I don't know that I have ever actually reviewed this document before.
You don't think that you reviewed this at the time you received it in February 2015?
I don't.
And then if you turn the page to 2100, I'm sorry, and 2101, which is 2 pages later, you'll see on 2100 starts at paragraph 5. There's a section for the innovation fee. And it notes that Walgreens has paid to Theranos an innovation fee of $100 million. Do you see that?
Mm-hmm.
And going on to then little b of 5, which is on the next page at 2101.
Yes.
It appears that Walgreens left in language pertaining to how Theranos would earn the $100 million. And you can go ahead and read 5b to yourself.
Was there a question?
Oh, I asked Ms. Holmes to read 5B to herself. Let me know when you're done.
Read it.
Was this consistent with your understanding that even though Walgreens had paid the $100 million to Theranos, that Walgreens thought Theranos would still need to hit certain revenue milestones in order to earn the $100 million innovation fee?
No.
Did you also understand that Theranos would need to refund the entire amount if those milestones weren't met?
I'm familiar with this provision from I think it was the original contract agreement, but I mean, as you can see, we were renegotiating everything as we went through these different iterations of the relationship. And as I've said, I believed, based on my discussions with Sunny, that we were at a point in which we'd earned it because of the exclusivity that we provided to Walgreens.
So did you disagree with having this provision in then?
Again, I don't think I ever even read this draft of the amendment.
Did you ever communicate to Walgreens around this time frame, February 2015 or spring of 2015, that Theranos believed that $100 innovation fee was non-returnable?
I don't know. I was in a couple meetings with them, but I wasn't in most of these meetings.
So if you go back to Mr. Balwani's email to you, which is on the first page of Exhibit 265, he says, just received this from WAG, and he's referring to the draft contract, correct?
I think so.
Okay, and then underneath it says, the innovation payment language is closer to what we had wanted. Do you see that?
Yes.
What was Mr. Balwani referring to here?
I don't know.
Why would he write this if you both disagreed with the way that Walgreens was requiring as to Theranos earning back the $100 million innovation fee?
Sitting here now, looking at this, I read this as in the middle of a negotiation, and so I don't think he's saying that it's what we wanted. There seems to be something that is better than a prior draft. I don't know what that was.
Do you recall discussing the innovation payment with Mr. Balwani in the context of renegotiating the contract in early 2015?
I don't recall specific conversations.
Generally, do you recall the nature of your conversations with Mr. Balwani around this time concerning the innovation payment?
Again, my memory was that we thought we'd earned it because of the exclusivity and the investments that we'd made in the relationship.
Do you recall any general strategy on how you were going to effectuate that in the next Walgreens amendment?
I don't. I know that we were looking at changing a number of things, including moving to a rental model, and that there were a lot of different sort of negotiating tactics that were at play. I don't know the specifics of the approach. I would actually defer to Sunny on that.
Was there ever a time when Theranos was contemplating terminating the Walgreens contract?
I don't know. I'm not sure.
Do you remember that happening sometime in early 2015 as the companies were renegotiating the contract?
I don't think we were actually intending to terminate. I think that was a negotiating tactic that Sunny in particular sometimes used in trying to get better terms in the deal.
If you wouldn't mind taking back Exhibit 221 over there.
You know, we've got a little over an hour. Can we take a break, or is this near the end of the series for you?
Sure, we can take a short break. We're off the record at 10:17 a.m. We can keep the break short. That would really help.
We'll try.
We are on the record at 10:32 a.m. Ms. Holmes, did you have any substantive conversations with the SEC staff during the break?
No.
If you would turn to Exhibit 221, which you have in front of you, and if you could please turn to, let me find the page for you first, since I know the base number is cut off. If you could turn to page 116 of your copy, and that is Bates number ending 6354. If you look, there's a number of text messages between you and Mr. Balwani on April 9th, 2015, starting at 8:22. Do you see that?
Yes.
So Mr. Balwani is writing to you, and he writes, if contract terms and we don't have 1,000 stores, what happens to 50 million remaining innovation payment? And you respond, depends on why terms. What did you understand Mr. Balwani to be asking you there?
I have no idea.
When Mr. Balwani is referring to 1,000 stores, is he talking about Walgreens here?
I don't know. I'm sitting here now. I could infer that maybe from the innovation payment comment, but I'm not sure.
And did you understand terms to mean terminated? So if contract terminates and we don't have 1,000 stores, what happens to 50 million remaining innovation payment?
I don't know. I don't remember this text, or I don't know what the context was.
You don't remember these text messages at all?
I do not.
Did you have a contract with anybody other than Walgreens in April of 2015?
In the retail space or in general?
In the retail space.
In the retail space. There was the Safeway contract that was still in effect, and I don't think we'd signed contracts with any of the other retailers.
And at that time, had you built out any stores at Safeway?
Safeway had built out their complete national footprint. We had not operationalized in it.
And Walgreens would have been the only retailer that you have a contract with where they paid an innovation fee to you, correct?
Again, I don't know if he's talking about negotiating a new contract here or if he's talking about the existing contract. I'm not sure what this is, or if it's with Walgreens. We were actively engaged in discussions on negotiating agreements with other retailers.
Did any of those negotiations involve the payment of an innovation fee to Theranos? CVS or others?
I don't know. I don't know.
Do you recall any that where that was discussed as part of the negotiation?
I know there was ongoing interaction and engagement with Walmart and CVS at different points in time. I don't remember whether there was payment negotiations with them.
So at 8:54, going back to Exhibit 221, you then write back to Mr. Balwani, scale now if need. And Mr. Balwani responds, so force build 1,000 stores? I don't think that's intelligent. Do you know what you were referring to here when you said scale now if need?
I don't.
You don't think you were referring to scaling now with Walgreens?
I have no idea.
And then a few more text messages down, starting at 9:14 p.m. There's a text message from you, and you say, if terms because we term, then we return. They term and we don't want to, we keep. Do you recall what this is referring to?
No.
Were you talking about the fact that if they were to terminate the agreement and Theranos didn't want to, that you would get to keep the innovation fee payment, but that if Theranos decided to terminate, that you would have to return the payment to them?
Again, I don't remember these text messages sitting here now. That could be an interpretation of it.
Sitting here today, what is your interpretation of it?
Do you mind if I take a minute just to read the whole stream to try to get context?
Of course.
Sitting here now, my interpretation is that we're discussing terms to be negotiated for a possible Walgreens amendment, just based on the context of the texts.
Okay, and how do you interpret that line? If terms because we term, then we return. They term and we don't want to, we keep.
I'm speculating, but my read is that it's saying that if they terminate the contract and we didn't want to terminate the contract, we keep whatever payments have been made. If we terminate it, then we'll refund payments to them.
So it seems this text message chain is suggesting that as of April of 2015, neither you nor Mr. Balwani were certain as to whether Theranos could keep the innovation fee that they received from Walgreens. Is that
My
right?
read in looking at this now is that we were talking about some terms that we would be negotiating in the contract and renegotiating the whole contract. I think my understanding is there was many different sort of provisions and scenarios that we talked with them about in terms of how the contract would be amended.
If you can turn to a different page in 221, which is page 238. And for Mr. Neal, that is the page ending 6476. So you'll see that there are a number of text messages on this page from October 16th, 2015. Do you see that?
I do.
And they're between you and Mr. Balwani again?
Yes.
October 16, 2015, that would have been the day after the Wall Street Journal article, the first Wall Street Journal article about Theranos was published, correct?
It was about then. I don't remember the exact day.
Okay. So if you look at the third text message down at 7:26 p.m. from Mr. Balwani, he says, "Okay, WAG freaking out, lack of transparency." Do you see that?
Yes.
And do you understand that WAG is Walgreens?
Yes.
What did you understand him to be referring to here?
I don't know. I mean, I don't, I'm sorry, I don't remember my text exchanges with Sunny from years ago. I can sit here and try and reconstruct it now.
You don't remember this text exchange at all on this page?
I don't.
Do you remember discussing with Mr. Balwani the concerns Walgreens had following Mr. Careyrou's article?
I'm just thinking back. I remember that I had talked later about the fact that we were very sorry that we hadn't proactively communicated with them about the FDA engagement, but that we didn't know at the time what to say about it because we thought that we were trying to figure out what the right way to handle the agency was, and we were waiting to communicate on it back then. I know Sunny had a lot of discussions with them. I don't remember the specifics of any conversations with Sunny.
Do you remember when that conversation was?
It was later in 2015.
Okay. What about before that conversation? Were you familiar with Walgreens' concerns following the October Wall Street Journal article?
Generally, yes.
How are you made generally aware of those concerns?
And I don't remember specific conversations. I'm sure Sonny would have talked to me in general about his interactions with them.
I guess between the article coming out in October 2015 and your conversation with, do you recall any communications that you had directly with anyone at Walgreens?
I don't think I would have communicated directly with anyone at Walgreens.
So,
besides.
And I think it was your prior testimony that generally Mr. Balwani would be the person responsible for the relationship at that time?
Yes.
And so is it fair to say that if someone was updating you about the Walgreens situation at that time, it was likely Mr. Balwani?
Absolutely.
Did you and Mr. Balwani discuss the fact that Walgreens was upset that they didn't know Theranos had stopped using the nanotainer prior to Mr. Carey's reporting in October 2015?
Yeah, again, I can't remember specific conversations with him about it, but I'm sure we had interactions about it.
Do you have a general sense of what Walgreens was concerned about following the publication of the article?
I think there were multiple issues. One was they were reacting to the press in general, but then the other was that we hadn't disclosed the engagement with FDA with them to them yet, before it was in the press.
Which engagement with FDA?
The inspection.
Did you tell Mr. Balwani to tell Walgreens that he should tell them that the stopping of the nanotainer just happened and that it hadn't happened several months ago?
I don't think so. I mean, Walgreens was operating with us in the store, so they would have known locally that we were doing venipuncture, to the extent we were doing venipuncture, as I understand it.
But they wouldn't necessarily know why, is that correct?
They didn't know about the FDA inspection.
So I just want to point to a couple more text messages here.
Yeah.
If you go down to 7:30 p.m. on that same date, so a few lines down, Mr. Balwani writes to you, but it was a matter of communication. Do you see that?
Yes.
I had actually thought about it, but got too busy to chat with you, and then you respond, and let's show them this literally is still up in the air, so we literally just decided since the discussion is getting aired out in the press. Do you know what you were referring to there? What were you referring to when you said, let's show them that this is literally still up in the air?
Again, I can't remember the exchange, but from reading it now, I think it's the text message right above it that we hadn't finalized the plan with FDA yet and still haven't, namely that we were engaging with the team advisors we had on FDA who basically said, don't talk about this until you've successfully resolved it, in part because we thought there was a potential to not get 4083s in the engagement with FDA.
And a couple messages down at 7:32, Mr. Balwani then says, however, issue is we didn't tell them in advance about switching. And you respond, we'll have to present well that we hadn't decided to. And then he responds again, bad idea, at this point they know, so need to be transparent. Why was Mr. Balwani concerned about being transparent to Walgreens?
So I'm not sure exactly whether I'm still referring to the strategy with FDA or what this is referring to. I think he's trying to say we need to be directly communicating with Walgreens. Just reading it now.
Were you not being transparent with Walgreens previously?
Again, we did not tell them that the FDA had come to inspect because we thought we were to try to successfully resolve the engagement with FDA before communicating about it. But I think he and I may actually be talking about two different things. I'm talking about FDA, and he's talking about not using the nanotainer, just from reading it now.
Okay, so that's your impression of what these text messages are about now? You didn't have any understanding back in 2015?
Any understanding about what?
About what these text messages were talking about?
I'm sure I did in 2015, I just can't remember it.
Okay, so you don't remember what this text message exchange was about in 2015?
I don't.
Okay, you can put that one aside. How much money has Theranos received from the Department of Defense for services that it provided?
I know there was a contract that was through the Burn Association, which was a few $100,000, and I think that any of the other sort of development work that we did, we funded ourselves.
Is it fair to say that Theranos historically, at least prior to 2013, made most of its revenues from either the DoD or pharmaceutical companies?
Again, the term revenues, I know just in terms of payments of cash that came in, there were cash payments from insurance companies also that we were contracting with, and I believe some of the Walgreens or Safeway money may have come prior to 2013 as well. I'm not sure of the dates.
Had you received payments from insurance companies prior to 2013?
I think so.
How much money had you received from insurance companies?
There were multiple insurance company contracts with Blue Cross Blue Shield plans, and I don't know the total number. I think each of them were anywhere from $5 to $25 million, and I think there was 3 or 4 of them.
When did you receive that money from the insurance companies?
I don't know by memory.
Would it have been after 2010?
I think so.
Okay, so let me just rephrase the question that I asked you then.
Yeah.
Would it be fair to say that Theranos, prior to 2010, made most of its revenues from DoD or pharmaceutical companies?
Most of the payments we received, yes.
Did Theranos make more money from its work with pharmaceutical companies or from the DoD in that pre-2010 timeframe?
Pharmaceutical companies.
What was Theranos' relationship with SOCOM, or Special Operations Command?
We had invested a lot in trying to configure one of our mini lab devices.
I'm sorry, trying to figure
one of our mini lab devices to meet specifications that could allow it to be used by SOCOM, and at one point worked directly with them. I think there was a contracting mechanism through which we had more formally engaged, but I don't think we ever sought payment from them, to my knowledge, or at least we weren't paid by them. We funded the development work ourselves.
Were any of Theranos' manufactured devices ever deployed by SOCOM?
My memory is that we sent them 2 of them, but I don't think they actually used them in a deployment.
Why not?
Many reasons. I mean, at the highest level, we're only able to ultimately focus on trying to make the retail relationship successful, and we took on way too many things at the same time. And then we deprioritized some of the functionality that you would ultimately really want to have to use these devices in field.
What functionality was that?
There were further reductions on size and on weight and other parameters that we could have kept going in the investment of the technology, and we didn't do it.
So SOCOM was looking for a device that was smaller and lighter than the device that you had available for them at the time?
I don't know if that's the case. I mean, we invested in putting a lot of technology into Minilab to be able to use it in a distributed setting. We could have kept going. We stopped and sort of said, okay, we need to put all our resources onto this retail initiative. I actually think that what we've built is still very applicable to what they're looking for, given the way they're doing testing right now. We just haven't followed back up on it yet.
What about Theranos' relationship with AFRICOM? What do you know about that? And AFRICOM, you understand, is Africa Command.
I do. We had engaged with them on looking at whether our devices could be transported into Africa and could withstand the thermal profiles that you would see in those types of deployments. And my memory is also on some of the decision support that we were trying to build. And then later had discussions with people in AFRICOM around Ebola and Ebola testing in Africa.
Did AFRICOM ever deploy any of Theranos' manufactured devices?
They took one or two devices to Africa to look at essentially the thermal stability and the use for the operator in a sort of testing parts of the functionality of the system.
Was were the mini labs that were given to AFRICOM ever used in a patient testing setting?
Just so I answer the question that you're asking, what do you mean by patient testing?
Were they ever used for patient testing and diagnosis?
No.
And when you say that Theranos provided 2 devices to AFRICOM in order to test, did you say thermal?
Can you withstand the temperatures?
Okay,
Can the device still operate and withstand the temperature?
So they were trying to evaluate whether Theranos' devices could withstand extreme temperatures like there would be in Africa.
That's my memory of it, and I also had memory that we had built a custom decision support system for them, and they wanted to try that out on the touch screen of the device. I could be wrong. I don't remember all the specifics.
What do you know about Theranos' relationship with CENTCOM?
We talked with them about what the greatest needs are for distributed testing in military medicine, and had engagement on how to apply our technology towards some of those problems, and then did some testing of the software in one of their facilities in Florida.
Who were your contacts at CENTCOM?
Originally General Mattis, and then there were multiple principals underneath him. The name I remember, but there were many people that we engaged with through CENTCOM as we were trying to figure out whether we could apply the technology there.
Was there ever a plan to deploy Theranos' manufactured devices in Afghanistan?
We were working to do that at one period of time, yes.
Did you end up deploying a device there?
No.
Why not?
Again, focus. We were trying to execute on the retail operation that was taking up more than all of our time, and we couldn't put the continued development into the systems to be able to get them to the specifications to get them into the field.
Was there also an issue that was brought to your attention with respect to the fact that Theranos had not received FDA approval for its devices yet, and that CENTCOM could not use or deploy Theranos' devices if they did not have FDA approval?
We engaged with the FDA specifically on whether to and how to deploy technology in Afghanistan. The concept, if we had gone through with it, was that those would be for research use only and an investigational program. But in general, yes, we were aware that for any military organization to adopt the technology in the way in which it was being used for clinical use, you would need FDA clearance. And that, just to complete the answer, that awareness happened over a period of time because we actually went in and talked to them about whether they could use this as a CLIA lab, like they use Quest or LabCorp, and ultimately reached that conclusion.
Was a Theranos manufactured device ever deployed in the battlefield?
No.
Was it ever deployed in a medevac helicopter?
No.
Was a Theranos manufactured device ever deployed in an Apache helicopter?
No.
Were you ever working towards any of those venues?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. And is the reason why they were never deployed because Theranos was focused on the retail opportunities at the time?
Yeah, we couldn't keep investing on multiple total different product lines.
In the end, did Theranos ever deploy any of its devices with DoD aside from the burn center?
I mean, there was the use of the technology for the thermal testing and I think decision support in Africa. I don't know. There was some engagement with Walter Reed around a diabetes program, and I don't know where that ended up. And then otherwise, it was just a lot of invention and development of technology around some of these sort of use cases that they have for how to miniaturize and distribute technology.
Who is managing the relationship with the Walter Reed Foundation?
So it was early. Maybe one of the people in the commercial team that we had at that time. I'm not sure.
You're not aware of any deployments being made of Theranos' manufactured devices with Walter Reed?
I don't think so. I can't remember how it played out.
And then just going back quickly to Special Operations Command, SOCOM, who were your contacts there?
There was a principal within SOCOM, I can't remember his name sitting here now, but he was one of the people working in military medicine and trying to be able to get distributed technologies that can actually do testing.
Was that?
I don't know. I don't connect to that name, but it could be. I'm not sure.
Are you familiar with?
I recognize the name.
Was she acting on behalf of SOCOM during your discussions with SOCOM?
I think she was the contracting person to facilitate the development work for SOCOM.
Who was on your team leading the discussions with Theranos with SOCOM?
I don't remember. I know did some of the follow-up and coordination with, I think specifically. I don't remember who was actually interacting with the SOCOM principals.
Were you involved in interacting with them?
I was, yeah.
And what about for AFRICOM? Who was your contact at AFRICOM?
I don't remember the name. It was a woman in special operations, and then we also had contacts higher up that knew people who were part of the company.
Was this?
I think so, yeah.
And was there a caller who was also involved in those discussions?
I don't know.
Who on the Theranos side was involved in those discussions besides yourself?
I remember her coming to Theranos, and I think she met with a team of people. I don't remember who was in the meeting, and then there may have been some of our board members who were engaged with AFRICOM as well. I'm not sure specifically.
Who on your board would have been engaged with AFRICOM?
It was in an informal context. They just all knew each other. The board members who knew people at AFRICOM, and I don't know whether the specific conversations happened, were George Schultz, Gary Ruffhead, and Jim Mattis.
Did they have discussions with AFRICOM without you?
I don't know.
Would you have authorized your board to have discussions with AFRICOM without you knowing?
Boy, I don't understand that question.
Did you authorize your board to have any discussions with AFRICOM without you knowing?
I don't think there was ever an interaction with the board in which I was authorizing them to do things or not. They have a lot of relationships and would actively and openly engage with people that they knew, including ones who were engaging with Theranos. So I mean, we met many of these people through the board members, and I don't know what conversations they had or didn't have.
to you what's been previously marked as Theranos Exhibit 246. Exhibit 246 purports to be a document with the title Exemplary Reports from Pharmaceutical Partners with starting dates number TS-000496. Have you seen Exhibit 246 before?
I don't recognize it in this format, but I recognize some of the reports.
I represent to you that this is the copy of the document that was included in Rupert Murdoch's investor binder on or about December 4th, 2014. Were you involved in compiling this document for inclusion in the investor binder?
I don't know.
I guess, sorry, in your answer a minute ago, you said you recognized some of the reports. I guess, which ones do you recognize?
I just flipped it open and saw the GSK report, but I generally remember that we had reports like these.
I guess looking through the rest of the document, do you recognize, other than the GSK report, do you recognize any of the other reports?
I mean, at a high level, that there are Theranos Pharma sort of development or project reports, yes.
So you'll see starting on 497, there is a report concerning Pfizer. And then starting on 530, there's a report concerning, there must be a report in there. On 524, there's a report concerning GlaxoSmithKline, and then on 530, there's a report concerning Schering-Plough. Do you see that?
Yes.
What were these three reports about?
They're all different. At the highest level, they were about programs in which the TSPU or mini lab had been used for pharmaceutical companies.
Who drafted the reports?
I think, again, all different. I believe Theranos drafted the Pfizer document, GSK drafted the GSK document, and I think the last one is an actual development report done by Theranos for Schering-Plough.
What do you mean by an actual development report versus?
It's literally a document that is purely about the development or validation data, comparing the Theranos system to reference methods for Schering-Plough, as opposed to the GSK one is sort of a summary of what they thought using the system in their lab, and the Pfizer one more broadly talks about how the technology is being applied.
Were you aware in 2014 and 2015 that these reports were being included in investor materials?
I think so.
Why did you include these reports in investor materials?
In general, we were trying to communicate with investors about the broad potential of the technology, and this is an area that described what could be done with pharmaceutical companies, and we think is important to how our technology can be applied.
So in other words, the reports in a way gave credibility to the functionality and the accuracy of Theranos's manufactured devices.
I've never thought about it like that, but I mean, sure, to the extent you look at the actual data in the Schering-Plough report, it speaks to the performance of the tests directly. We also included a lot of data on our chemistries in general to show people what we thought the performance was.
Did you tell prospective investors that you were providing this to, that Theranos had drafted to the three reports?
I don't remember specific conversations about it, but if we talked about it specifically, we would have.
Did you ever receive approval? I mean, did you get feedback from, did you share the Pfizer report with Pfizer?
Yes.
Did you ever receive any feedback on this report from Pfizer?
I don't remember. It was a long time ago.
To your best recollection, when was this sent to Pfizer?
this is going to be wrong because I'm guessing, but 2008?
Well before the C2 round.
Yes, yes.
Did you send the assay development report to Shearing Plow?
I believe so. I don't think it would have been me personally, but yes.
Did they send you feedback?
I don't know.
Did Pfizer, GSK, and Shearing Plow, did they review these reports prior to you including it in the binder?
Well, the GSK one was written by GSK, as I understand it. I believe that both Shearing Plow and Pfizer had separately reviewed the Pfizer and Shearing Plow reports as sent to them.
Did you tell them that you were planning to include them in prospective investor materials?
Not to my knowledge. These are sort of the work product of those relationships, so we had the ability to do what we wanted with them so long as we weren't publicly disclosing it, in which case we would need their permission, as I understood it.
I'm sorry, what did you understand your limitations were with respect to disclosing your work with these companies?
Public statements.
In other words, your contracts with the pharmaceutical companies had a provision like that in them?
That's my memory of it, yeah.
Why did you label this section of the binder exemplary reports from pharmaceutical partners?
I don't know that I personally labeled it. Sitting here now, I'm assuming that whoever compiled it saw these as exemplary reports from the work we did for pharma.
Were you ever concerned that the title and the fact that these reports were included in the binder would give the impression to potential investors that these pharmaceutical companies had drafted these reports and that Theranos had not drafted them?
No.
Why not?
Because to the extent that people were interested in the reports, we were actively interested in talking to them about them and could have given any context that they needed.
You can put that aside. Was there a time in 2015 when Theranos was considering raising a C3 round of financing?
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Did Theranos ever consider raising a C3 round?
What I remember, just in you asking the question, is that we had done a charter amendment to create a C3 series of stock, but I don't think we were actually going to do a financing. I think there was another reason that we were doing it to clean up things from the past. I can't remember specifically.
What do you mean by what you just said? You weren't thinking about doing an actual financing, but just to clean up things from the past?
There was a reason that our council had recommended that we create a new series of stock. I think I'm just trying to remember sitting here now, retiring a series.
I mean, if it's what the lawyer said to you, I don't think they're asking. I think they're just asking more generally what your understanding was as to why you said clean up
Yeah.
stuff. Is this fair? And they're asking you what you meant by clean up.
I think it had to do generally with retiring certain shares that were outstanding at a certain price.
So maybe I'm not following you there. What do you mean by retiring certain shares that were outstanding at a certain price?
So I don't understand the details of this very well, but I think that we had a series of stock that was outstanding, and we wanted to not have that outstanding anymore. And so the solution that was recommended was to file this charter amendment or certificate of designation that would no longer have that stock outstanding.
So you weren't actually intending to go out and raise capital at that time?
Correct. That's to my knowledge.
Was there ever a time after the C2 round where Theranos considered raising more, and before 2016, where Theranos was considering raising additional capital at $20 for a preferred share?
Not that I can remember.
Do you recall working with Roger Parloff on an article that he was writing about Theranos for Fortune magazine in 2014?
I do.
What was your involvement in the Parloff article?
I met with him at Theranos.
And for what? For an interview?
Yes, David Boies had just completed a trial on our IP defense, and I was to talk to him about our inventions.
I'm sorry.
I was to talk to him about our inventions.
Did you reach out to Mr. Parloff, or did he reach out to you initially?
My understanding is David reached out to him.
David Boies?
Yes.
What was the purpose of David Boies reaching out to Mr. Parloff?
To talk about Theranos' intellectual property and how we were defending it and its potential.
So you said that you sat down for an interview. How many interviews did you do with Mr. Parloff?
I don't know, at least one.
Who else was present during those interviews?
I don't know.
Were they tape recorded?
I don't know. I can't remember.
Did anyone transcribe the interview?
Not that I know of.
Did you provide documents or other information in response to questions from Mr. Parloff?
I think so.
What documents did you provide?
I don't know for sure. I remember talking to him about the invention and showing him a lot of the development reports that we were working on when he was at Theranos, but I don't know what other materials were shared with him.
Who was helping you gather those documents?
I don't know.
At some point in time, did the scope of the article change from that IP litigation to other issues of the company?
When it was published, it was a much broader piece on the company, but when I met with him, that was the focus of the meeting, and that was the reason that David was reaching out to him, because he was a legal reporter for Fortune.
I guess before the publication of the article, did you become aware that sort of the lawsuit angle wasn't going to be the focus?
David's PR person told me that it was going to be a cover story and that it was going to be a big piece on Theranos, but that was the only specific sort of interaction that would have conveyed that.
So besides sitting for an interview with Mr. Parloff and providing documents to him, did you do anything else to help Mr. Parloff understand the company and write his article?
He spent a lot of time with David and David's PR person, I don't remember specifics of other interactions with him.
And when you were just mentioning David, that's David Boies again?
Yes.
Did you review the article before it was published?
No.
Did you review specific statements or phrases that Mr. Parloff was planning on using in the article before it was published?
No, not that I know of.
Did you discuss the article with Mr. Balwani while you were sitting for the interview and providing information to Mr. Parloff?
I don't remember specific conversations. I'm sure there would have been discussion about the fact that Roger was there, and I think Sonny also talked to him.
Mr. Balwani sat for an interview with Mr. Parloff as well?
I think so.
Did he provide documents to Mr. Parloff?
I don't know.
Did Mr. Balwani review the article before it was published?
No.
Did anyone at Theranos review the article before it was published?
It's my understanding it was not given to us before it was published.
Did Mr. Boies review it?
I don't believe anybody had access to it before it was published.
Did you review the article after it was published?
I read it, yes.
Did Mr. Balwani review the article after it was published?
I don't know.
What was your reaction after you reviewed the article?
Generally positive.
Why did you think it was positive?
I thought it did a really good job of talking about what we were trying to do.
What did it do a good job of explaining?
Our vision.
What about your vision?
How we were working to make lab testing more accessible.
Did you discuss the article and its contents with Mr. Balwani after you read it?
I don't remember doing so.
Did you believe that what was written about the company was a true and correct representation of the operations of the company?
At the time that I read it, I thought I was reading it, thinking about it in the context of our invention and what we were trying to do.
So is that a yes?
I never thought about it as reflective of the operations of the company. I know that obviously much later it was looked at in the context of the operations of the company, and I have since read it in that context. But no, at that time I did not think about it in the context of describing the operations of the company.
So, just so I understand, is it your testimony that when you read it at the time, you viewed it as sort of a fair reflection of Theranos' aspirations, but not its operations?
Correct. And its inventions, because that was the context in which I met Mr. Parloff.
And by inventions, you mean currently in place inventions or working on and
patents, what we'd created, right? The discussion when he came to Theranos was about our IP, right?
When did your review of the article change?
When did it change?
Yes.
After the Wall Street Journal.
Why did it change then?
Because we got into a very specific discussion about the operations of the clinical lab in the media with the Wall Street Journal.
Okay, and what does that have to do with the Parloff article, unfortunately?
Parloff wrote another piece following that article, and our team was engaged with him at that time again about the original piece.
What was the second piece that Mr. Parloff wrote?
It was intended to be a correction to his original article.
Why did he need to correct the original article?
Because he felt there were statements in it that were not correct.
Did you agree with that?
I think we, again, completely mishandled it. Our team did not agree with it and fought it. I think that another huge mistake this company has made has been its engagement with the press, including Roger and the Wall Street Journal.
Did you forward the Fortune article to anyone after it was published?
I don't remember.
Did you forward the article to employees at Theranos?
I don't know.
Did you forward it to the board?
I don't know.
Did you forward it to investors and potential investors?
I don't remember doing that. I don't know.
I'm handing to you what's been previously marked Theranos Exhibit 247. Exhibit 247 purports to be a June 9th, 2014 email from Elizabeth Holmes to Sunny Balwani. The subject line is forward follow-ups with starting dates number THPFM 000-114-5643. Have you seen Exhibit 247 before?
I don't remember it, but I don't have reason to doubt the emails.
What is Exhibit 247?
Do you want to take a quick look?
Sure, go ahead.
It looks like a series of emails related to Roger Parloff.
Did you receive and review Exhibit 247 on or about June 9th, 2014?
I don't remember doing that, but I don't have reason to doubt the email.
So you'll see, starting on (5646), there's an email on June 8th, 2014 from Roger Parloff to you, and he's asking a number of questions. You see that?
Which one are you on?
This is the June 8th, 2014 email on 5645.
Yes.
So if you look under 5, it looks like he has some questions about the description of the analyzers. And he says, when describing the analyzers, I think I'll say they look like large desktop computer towers. I don't want to say they are the size of desktop computers because I remember them being a bit larger than most contemporary desktop computers I've seen. You see that?
Yes.
And then he asks whether there are dimensions for the analyzer. Do you see that?
I do.
And then if you go to the next email, you're responding to that question. This is on 5644, and about 5 paragraphs down in your email, you say, with respect to the device size below, the best comparison might be the next computer desktop called NextCube. You'll find images online. Do you see that?
Mm-hmm.
Is there a reason why you mentioned the next computer desktop?
In response to the size question?
Yes.
I mean, I don't remember this email exchange, but I'm assuming because the sizes are similar.
Are you familiar with the next computer desktop?
Yes.
How are you familiar with it?
As a beautifully designed piece of technology.
Have you used one before?
No.
Do you know anyone who's used one before?
I'm sure I do. I just don't know who.
So are you describing here the size of Theranos' TSP or Minilab when you're comparing it to the next computer desktop?
I haven't read the whole email exchange, but sitting here now, I think so.
And then if you go to the preceding page on 5643, there's an email from you to Mr. Parloff on June 9th, and about 3 paragraphs down, it starts, we've been spending time on the footprint question. Do you see that?
Just read it again.
We've been spending time on the footprint question. As you know, we don't really want to get into the topic of the analytical systems very much at all. What did you mean by that?
Again, I don't remember the email exchange. Sitting here now, I think this is referring to the phase 2 in which we were going to deploy the devices in field, and we hadn't announced that yet, and so we didn't want to talk about it in the press before we actually had the FDA clearance to go do it.
So reading this email now, that's what you think this is referring to?
Yes. We didn't want to pre-announce it.
Okay, and then a couple lines below, you say, the analytical systems look like large desktop computers, or analytical systems look much smaller than in conventional laboratories, or have a smaller space requirement than conventional laboratories is fine. Do you see that?
Yes.
Did you also discuss with Mr. Parloff that Theranos had modified commercially available analyzers to conduct testing on small samples?
I don't think in those words.
Did you use other words to describe that Theranos was using commercially modified commercially available machines to conduct patient testing?
My memory is we generally talked about phase 1 with the nanotainer being about the use of chemistries in a high throughput setting, and then this device was what we were going to be deploying for sort of in-field use of tests.
Okay, so we're in that phase 1, phase 2 description, phase 1, phase 2 description that you just mentioned.
Yeah.
Are you referring to the modified commercially available machines?
Phase 1 with the nanotainer and the chemistries running in a high throughput way.
Okay, and why did you think that Mr. Parloff would make a connection between nanotainers and high throughput and using commercially available machines to conduct patient testing?
We didn't use commercially available machines for that. We modified them to run our proprietary chemistries. What we attempted to communicate was that in the first phase we would be using these chemistries that were proprietary with the nanotainer, and in the second phase we would be distributing the device, and that was our vision for the company.
Did you ever tell Mr. Parloff that you were modifying commercially available machines to conduct patient testing?
I don't think so.
Did you ever tell Mr. Parloff that Theranos was using commercially available machines in any capacity?
I believe we did.
In what context?
Use of venous straws.
So what do you recall telling him?
I don't recall conversations about it.
I guess what leads you to the impression then that you told him about Theranos' use of commercially available machines?
Because we were very open about it at the time. We thought that it was a feature to be able to do both the fingerstick testing as well as an end-to-end menu, so patients didn't have to go to multiple locations to get their full order done.
So I understand your answer. You think the discussions around having a venous draw capability is what you would have disclosed to Mr. Parloff?
Yes, at the time we used the word venous draw to be synonymous with the use of commercial analyzers.
Did you explain that to Mr. Parloff?
I don't know.
Did you tell Mr. Parloff that most of Theranos' tests were run on commercially available analyzers?
I don't think so.
Why not?
I don't think we talked about the breakdown of what tests were run on what analyzer at all.
Were you worried that if Mr. Parloff wrote an article mentioning only Theranos' manufactured devices, that people would be given an inaccurate impression of how Theranos was conducting its patient testing, that it was using its Theranos manufactured devices to conduct that patient testing?
Not at the time, because at the time I thought it was all about the aspiration and the vision. Looking back at it now, I absolutely wish we had handled our communications differently.
So it's been an hour. If you're switching to something else, should we take a break?
Sure, we can take a short break.
We're off the record at 11:30 a.m.
Hang on a second. Okay. Correction, looking at my SD card and the time we have left on it, and close to the DVD, we're going to end DVD 2, Elizabeth Holmes, Volume 3, on the record at 11:32, off the record at 11:32 a.m.
We're on the record at 11:45 a.m. Ms. Holmes, did you have any substantive conversations with the SEC staff during the break?
No.
Thank you. I'm going to hand to you what's previously been marked Theranos Exhibit 248. Have you seen Exhibit 248 before? And just for the record, Exhibit 248 is a document with case number starting TS-0000613.
Not in this form, but I've seen the article.
I'll represent to you that this is the copy of the Fortune article that was included in Rupert Murdoch's binder in December 2014. Were you aware that this article was included in Mr. Murdoch's binder?
I am now. I don't know at the time if I was.
Were you aware that this article was included in binders of materials that Theranos sent to other investors?
I don't know.
Did you ever ask for this article to be included in investor binders?
Not that I can remember. I don't know.
So if you turn to the page with Bates number ending 616, you'll see there are two columns on that page. I'm looking at the second column on the right side, second paragraph down. It says, Theranos runs what's called a high complexity laboratory certified by the Federal Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services, CMS, and it is licensed to operate in nearly every state. It currently offers more than 200 and is ramping up to offer more than 1,000 of the most commonly ordered blood diagnostic tests, all without the need for a syringe. Is the statement that Theranos currently offers more than 200 and is ramping up to offer more than 1,000 of the most commonly ordered blood diagnostic tests, all without the need for a syringe, was that statement correct as of July 2014?
Reading it now, I don't think it is.
Why not?
Because I've read Roger's follow-on articles and how he interpreted it in the context of the Wall Street Journal articles, and it's not correct in that context.
What are the correct numbers of tests that Theranos was offering at this time, without the need for a syringe?
I don't know.
Did you have any reaction to this when you read it at the time it was published?
No.
Back then, what was your understanding of what a syringe meant?
It's the traditional way that blood is drawn. It's different from the butterfly needles that we used. It's a traditional blood draw mechanism.
So, earlier we talked about venous being kind of an internal synonymous term for commercially available machines. Venous didn't mean syringe at the time for Theranos, is that right?
No, we did all of ours through what we called this sort of micro sample method, which was these little butterfly needles.
Do you understand that now when blood testing is done, the traditional way through venipuncture, that other lab companies don't use syringes anymore, that they use a vacutainer and a tube that goes into the arm?
I don't know what other blood companies use.
You're in the blood testing business and you don't know what other lab testing companies use?
I don't. I know that people use a range of needles. We certainly didn't invent a butterfly.
So if you look down a couple more paragraphs, about 4 paragraphs down the same page, it says, the company has performed as many as 70 different tests from a single draw of 25 to 50 microliters collected in a tiny vial the size of an electric fuse. Was that statement correct or accurate in July of 2014? Could the company perform as many as 70 different tests from a single draw of 25 to 50 microliters of blood?
From a R&D or product development standpoint, I think it was.
Earlier you testified that 30 tests could be conducted from a single draw of finger prick blood, and sort of the maximum number of microliters of blood that could be drawn on a finger prick. So how do you square the two numbers?
If I remember the testimony correctly, I think you were asking what an ordering pattern would be, and I was using the number 30 to be representative. I think what, just sitting here now, this was referring to is that in R&D we were developing and validating assays to run on a microliter or less of sample, and you could also multiplex those assays to be run simultaneously, which would, from a technology standpoint, allow you to do this.
Yes. Had Theranos run 70 tests from a single draw of 25 to 50 milliliters of blood by July 2014?
You know, my memory is that we had, but again, in a product development or R&D context, not in the context of our clinical lab.
Had it been collected using a nanotainer?
Yes, for a product development. I mean, well, let me see. I don't know the specific experiments, so my understanding was that from a product and technology capability, we had the ability to run that many tests on a small sample. I don't know that we ever did it from a nanotainer directly. I'm not sure what was done.
Do you know if anyone who at Theranos would know?
I would assume some of our product team leads or our assay team leads.
I just want to make sure I understand your statement. Was it your understanding that the company could perform as many as 70 different tests on a single drop of blood, or that Theranos had developed 70 different tests that could be performed on a small sample of blood?
Just to answer the question you're asking, you're saying, was it my understanding in reading this article?
No, I'm just trying to understand what your answer was.
Yeah.
Are you saying that 70 tests can be performed on one sample of blood, and that Theranos had developed the capability to do so in 2014?
My understanding is that our chemistries, because of how small the volume is per test, can get down to a microliter or less per chemistry, and that therefore 70 could be performed on a small sample of blood that could come from a finger.
Okay, if you turn the page then to 618, on the right-hand side column, for the fourth full paragraph down, it starts importantly. Do you see that? It says, importantly, it's not just the blood draws that are tiny, it's also the analytical systems Theranos uses to perform the test. They take up a small fraction of the footprint required by a conventional lab today. Was this statement true in July 2014?
It's true as to the mini lab systems that we were using, or the prior version of the mini lab systems that we were using.
Okay, but it wasn't true as to the commercially available machines that Theranos was using for patient testing?
Correct.
Were you concerned after reading this that people who are reading Mr. Parloff's article might think that Theranos was only using its own devices to perform patient testing?
Again, we weren't concerned after reading this, but later, in the context of looking back at it, I wish that this had been done differently.
Why weren't you concerned?
I think multiple reasons. One, we were of the mindset that we were talking about our vision and aspiration. Two, we really believed that we were farther along in executing it than we were, and really close to getting there. And three, we were reading these statements in the context of our own understanding of the technology and the conversations we'd had with Roger, and thinking about them as specific to that.
But this statement isn't aspirational, right? It's talking about the analytical systems that Theranos uses to perform the tests. So how is this statement accurate as of July 2014?
We were using earlier versions of Minilabs to perform some tests then. And
I'm sorry.
Sorry.
Using earlier versions of Minilabs.
Of Minilabs to perform some tests then, and it was true about the Minilab technology family. At the time this came out, we were not, I think I read it once, we were not focused on every sentence in the article.
But it does seem incomplete to you because it doesn't mention the other commercially available machines that Theranos was using. Is that right?
Reading it now, I would have communicated differently with Roger to help him frame this in the context of our phase 1 and phase 2 model, and that's not clear in this article as clear as I wish it had been.
And at the time that you read it after it was published, you thought it was clear?
At the time I read it after it was published, I just remember thinking this talks about our vision well.
So if you turn to 619, which is the next page, third full paragraph down, it says, Theranos, which does not buy any analyzers from third parties, is therefore in a unique position. Was this statement true as of July 2014?
No.
Why not?
We were using analyzers from third parties.
So were you worried about this statement when it was published?
No, the first time that I paid attention to this sentence was much later, in I think this year.
And then a couple of paragraphs down from that, there's a paragraph that starts moreover. Do you see that?
Yes.
It says, moreover, Holmes stresses, Theranos is currently seeking FDA clearance for every one of its tests, even though it's under no legal obligation to do so. Was this statement true as of July 2014?
My understanding of the sentence is that it's talking about the fact that LDTs do not have to be regulated by the FDA. So I believe so.
Where does it say that LDTs do not have to be regulated by the FDA?
I think it's the context of the last two paragraphs that if you make your own analyzers, then they're LDTs, and that at that point in time, there was not a legal obligation for LDTs to be submitted to the FDA.
But FDA had told you by this time that Theranos' tests on the TSPU were not LDTs and needed clearance and approval from the FDA, correct?
That was not our understanding of FDA's official position.
You testified earlier that you understood that FDA had told Theranos, and it was FDA's position, that the tests on the TSPU needed to be cleared and approved. Is that not your testimony now?
We understood that we could use them as LDTs while we worked with the agency to take them through the clearance process.
And FDA at this point had also told you that you needed clearance and approval for the nanotainer, isn't that correct?
Again, we understood that we could continue using the nanotainer while we were working toward clearance and approval. But that
Okay.
they wanted us to get it cleared.
I understand that part, but FDA had told you that you would need clearance and approval for using the nanotainer, correct? Even though Theranos was continuing to use it while it was submitting the 510Ks. FDA had already told Theranos that it would need to obtain clearance and approval, correct?
My memory is that they told us that they wanted us to file it, and we believed it was a Class 1 device, and they said that they wanted us to file it, and we said okay.
Okay, so how is that not a legal obligation to do so if FDA is telling you to file a 510K submission for the nanotainer?
I didn't read this sentence like that. I read it in the context of the definition of an LDT, and that this comment that the ACLA was adamantly opposing any effort by the FDA to start regulating LDTs, and that it was in that context.
Were you concerned that people reading that statement would have the impression that Theranos was not required to submit anything for approval and that it was doing all of the submissions that it was submitting to FDA voluntarily?
Not at that time. I think it was well known that LDTs were a gray area for enforcement discretion. 23andMe had run into issues. Everybody knew that, there was active discussions on regulation of LDTs.
FDA had also told you by this time that it questioned whether Theranos' tests were LDTs, correct?
Again, my understanding was that by virtue of the fact that we understood it was okay to continue using them as an LDT, what they wanted was us taking it through the system, but that they were then operating as LDTs while we were taking them through the FDA.
When did you gain the understanding that you could continue using the nanotainer while you were putting in submissions to the FDA?
I had that understanding throughout the time that we were engaging with them while we were in the retail infrastructure until the inspection in 2015.
Do you recall that Fortune shot a video for this profile on its website?
I didn't remember that, but I wouldn't be surprised if they did.
Did you have any involvement in choosing what should go into that video or what shouldn't go into that video?
I don't know.
Did you have any involvement in the machines or the analyzers that should be included in the video?
I don't think there would have been any machines in the video. We, at this time, didn't want to pre-announce our mini lab.
If you turn to 617, there's a picture there of a gloved hand holding what looks like a small tube. Was this the nanotainer that Theranos was using at that time to collect patient testing samples?
I don't know if it was the one we were using at that time.
What is this a picture of?
It's one of the nanotainers. I can't tell from the picture if it was the one we were using in our clinical labs or not.
Did you submit that photo to Mr. Parloff for inclusion in the article?
I don't know. I think they had a photographer that took photos of what they wanted to take photos of.
Were you involved in directing what that photographer could take photos of and what he couldn't take photos of?
I don't know.
Did anyone tell you that that statements that were made in this article were inaccurate at the time that it was published?
No.
Did you end up sending?
Did anyone raise any concerns about the article at all to you?
Not that I can remember. Until after the Wall Street Journal.
Did you end up sending this article to other investors?
I don't know.
Did you end up sending this article to Theranos' shareholders?
I don't know.
Put that aside. What's your role on Theranos' board?
I'm the chairman of the board.
Who else from company management's on the board?
No one at this time.
Was there anyone else from company management who's on the board in the 2013 to 2015 time period?
Sonny was.
Were you chairman of the board in that 2013 to 2015 time period as well?
I was. I'm sorry, you said 2013?
Correct.
I believe.
Did Mr. Balwani have any other role on the board? Did he have a specific role on the board?
Specific what, I'm sorry?
A specific role on the board?
I believe he was a member of the executive committee.
What did the executive committee do, or what did they discuss?
I don't know that it ever met. It was just a committee that had certain authorities if it needed to meet if a full board was not able to convene.
Who was a member of the executive committee besides Mr. Balwani?
At what point in time?
In 2013, 2015. That's the time period we're talking about here for all of the rest of the questions that I'm going to have about the board. So if you could just talk about the 2013 to 2015 timeframe. Who else was a member of the executive committee besides Mr. Balwani at that time?
I don't know. I think it may have changed. My memory is that David Boyce may have been a member for a certain period of time, and I think later Riley Bechtel and maybe Jim Mattis. We also renamed it to, it was like a management and development and strategy committee or something like that. So I don't think there was a consistent structure during that period.
Did other members of the board understand that there was an executive committee and only a subset of the board was part of this executive committee?
We certainly discussed it with the board.
When did you discuss it?
I don't know specifically, but it was an open conversation point.
Was Mr. Balwani on any other committees of the board besides the executive committee?
I don't know. I don't think so, but I don't know.
I'm sorry, were you a member of the executive committee? I'm not sure that...
I was.
I remember you saying that. Was Mr. Balwani the secretary of the board at some point?
He acted as secretary for certain meetings.
Was there a time frame in which he was secretary?
I don't know.
Was there anyone else who was acting as secretary in that 2013 to 2015 timeframe?
I know when our general counsel started, she was, and there may have been some instances in which David Boyce was acting in that capacity. I'm not sure.
When did Theranos constitute its board? This is going way back to probably before the 2013 timeframe.
What do you mean by that?
When did Theranos first constitute its board?
My first patent was in August of 2003. I think we incorporated in June of 2004, and I asked to join the board then.
Yourself?
I think so.
And was this...
Yeah.
And what was the purpose of the board back then?
In 2004?
Yes.
To serve as the board of directors for the company.
And what did the board of directors have the authority to do on behalf of the company?
Anything that was in the bylaws and the charter at that time. I don't remember the specific delineation in the bylaws then.
Do you understand the board having a different capacity in the 2013, 2015 timeframe than it did in the prior time period?
No.
What was your understanding of the purpose of the board in the 2013 to 2015 timeframe?
That it was a board of directors.
Did you understand that the board of directors, let me start again. Did you understand that the board of directors had a fiduciary duty to shareholders of the company?
I did.
Did you communicate that to your board members?
I believe we had counsel communicate that directly.
When did that communication occur?
I remember specifically meetings in October of 2013 in which there were dedicated discussions on this. And I'm sure on an ongoing basis, as directors had questions, they were often asking about D&O insurance and coverage in the context of their fiduciary responsibilities.
Well, what do you understand fiduciary duty to mean?
Responsibility to the company and to the shareholders as a board member.
How did you end up filling the board, or the board that was in place in 2013 through 2015? How did you pick who you would approach and ask to join the board?
People we thought could help us with strategy, who were wise, who understood that we were trying to do something that no one had done before, and who understood that when you try to change a system, in this case with big incumbents in the medical space, it's going to be really hard and you have to have a good strategy.
I wanted to just go through your relationship with each of the board members from that time frame. What was your did you have a prior relationship with George Schultz? Prior to him joining the Theranos board?
I met him and discussed his book on healthcare and healthcare policy, and then he joined the board.
How did you meet him?
Through someone I knew at Stanford.
Who did you know at Stanford? Who was that? How do you know?
I think I met him through time.
What about Richard Kovacevic? Did you have a prior relationship with him before he joined the board?
I think we knew each other for 6 to 9 months or so, and had met a few times, and got to know each other before he joined the board.
How did you meet him?
Through George Schultz.
Why did you think he would be a good addition to the board?
First meeting was in the context of the fact he'd been on the board at Cargill, and we were trying to build a company to be private for the long term, and so we had discussions in that context. I think he's also a great CEO and had an amazing experience building Wells Fargo, including in the context of retail and retail footprint.
Did you have a relationship with Jim Mattis prior to his addition to the board?
Yes.
What was that relationship?
I knew him initially at CENTCOM, and then a little bit at Hoover at Stanford when he left the military.
And why did you add him to the board?
He's one of the most brilliant strategists I've ever met.
Did you have a relationship with Bill Perry prior to him joining the board?
Not directly. People had been telling me for a long time to meet him, but he joined the board shortly after I met him for the first time.
Why did you ask him to join the board?
A number of reasons. He has a pretty amazing engineering and technical background, going back to some early companies he helped build in Silicon Valley. He also is really focused on infectious disease surveillance and how you could leverage biotechnology to help actually build a surveillance infrastructure for this country, and then of course has policy experience, and I think he's a very wise person.
Did you have a prior relationship with Riley Bechtel before he joined the board?
Yes.
What was that relationship?
We'd gotten to know each other, and I started learning about building a private company more directly from him.
What about Bill Fagey? Did you have a relationship with him prior to him joining the board?
I don't know. I'm not sure.
Who introduced you to him?
Sam Nunn.
Why were you introduced to Dr. Fagey by Sam Nunn?
I was trying to figure out who the best people in global health are in this context, and thinking about how the technology could be used outside of the U.S. and for people in places where there's not good health infrastructure.
Did you have a relationship with Bill Frist prior to him joining the Theranos board?
I think so.
And what was that relationship?
I think, again, we knew each other for many months. He joined meetings with us with sort of thought leaders in healthcare, and we got to know each other.
Why did you ask him to join the board?
Again, thought leader in strategy. He has a lot of healthcare policy experience. He has now gotten very engaged with a number of different healthcare companies, and in terms of trying to realize sort of the leapfrog technology, he was a great strategist for that.
Did you have a relationship with Henry Kissinger before he joined the board?
No.
Who introduced you to him?
George Schultz.
Why did you ask him to join the board?
Same thing, strategy.
What about Sam Nunn? Did you have a prior relationship with him?
I did not.
Who introduced you to him?
Also George.
And did you ask him to join the board also for strategy purposes?
Yes. And also, Sam's been on the board of a lot of big companies like Coca-Cola and Chevron, and I thought I could learn from him.
So we talked about the executive committee. Were there any other committees of the board that were functioning as of 2013 through 2015?
I'm not sure. At a certain point in time, I know we established this sort of senior management development compensation committee. I don't know what the name of it was, and I had in my memory that ultimately replaced the executive committee, but I'm not sure.
You said a senior management compensation committee?
Yeah.
What was the purpose of that committee?
To do compensation for myself and for Sunny.
So that committee, would there be recommendations made for your compensation that would be taken up by the committee?
No, the committee would independently decide compensation for me and for Sunny.
Okay. So did you and Mr. Balwani have any input in that process?
We would talk to the board about thoughts on compensation.
Did you ever put forth a recommendation as to a specific number that you wanted your salary to be at Theranos?
No, we generally said we did not want cash compensation. We wanted only equity compensation.
Who was on the compensation committee?
So I'm not sure during that period of time. I think toward the end of that period of time, it was Riley, Mattis, and maybe David, I'm not sure.
Just the three of them?
I think so.
Other than those names that kind of gone through, are there any other individuals that you can remember being on Theranos' board in the 2013 to 2015 timeframe?
So I remember it got up to 13 people, myself and Sunny included. I didn't count as we were going through the list, but that was at its peak.
I think there was also David Boyes,
Yes.
who understood was previously your counsel.
Correct. And still our counsel when he was on the board as well.
Why did you end up asking him to join the board?
That was at the time, I think, that we were creating the board of counselors, and we were trying to begin the process of restructuring the company, and he wanted to help us.
Why did you decide to rename the board of counselors?
We didn't. We removed certain individuals from the board.
You removed certain individuals from the board. So certain individuals were removed from the board and were put in the board of counselors?
Correct.
Who were those individuals?
I'm not going to remember them all by name. I believe that after we did this, the board became myself, Sunny, Jim Mattis, Riley, David, and then I think we removed but then added back Dick Kovacevic and Bill Fagey, I think, yeah.
How often would the board meet?
It varied over time, initially on a quarterly basis, but there was a lot of one-on-one individual interactions. And later in 2015, significantly more frequently.
What happened at those meetings? What topics did you discuss with the board?
At board meetings in general?
Yes.
I mean, it varied based on where the company was at those different points in time. this group of people focused primarily on strategy, but we would cover topics related to what we were working to do, where we were having challenges in some cases, and also structuring ourselves as a private company.
Who decided what the board would discuss at any one meeting?
So we as management would produce an agenda. Often George Schultz would provide a lot of input on it, and it was a combination of those two things for the most part.
And how would you go about putting together the materials for a board meeting?
They were put together by a team of people, generally right before the meetings.
Who was directing that team of people?
I don't know if it was consistent across meetings. I would have input, Sunny would have input, and then sometimes the project managers who were helping us gather specific content would work with people.
Was the board allowed to take board materials with them after a meeting?
If they wanted to.
Would you send them a soft copy of the materials after a meeting?
I don't know as a matter of practice. I know we sometimes sent soft copy materials.
Did you ever send them materials for the board meeting in advance of the board meeting?
Generally, I don't think so.
Why not?
We did not have the same kind of systems and process that we have in place now, so it was very last minute.
So in other words, you didn't send them out because they weren't compiled until right before the meeting?
Correct.
Did you ever keep track of what documents board members were taking with them after a meeting?
At different points in time, I think we tried to. I don't think we did it very systematically.
Why did you do that?
Just to make sure that we had records of materials that we were sharing with the board and trying to help maintain good minutes.
I guess my question was, were you keeping track of what board members were taking from their board materials after the meeting?
I don't think in a systematic way.
But you were tracking it generally?
I mean, I can remember certain instances in which our team members would make notes of documents that were there and documents that were gone, just in the context of making sure that they'd picked up all the materials properly and nothing was left behind. But I don't think there was a systematic process for tracking that.
Why were you keeping track of what board members were taking with them after a board meeting?
Well,
Again,
I'm not sure.
don't
Wait,
think
hold on a
we
second. I'm not sure that question is actually consistent with the answers you just gave. But if you understand that, go ahead and answer.
Yeah, again, I don't think we were keeping track. I think that at the end of the meeting, assistants and other people would come in and try to make sure that all the material had been collected and that there wasn't material that was lost. And so for that purpose, they would make sure that the material was accounted for one way or the other, because there would be long meetings with tons of binders and paper, and so they were just trying to make sure that we didn't misplace paperwork.
If materials from binders were taken out and board members would take them with them, would you ask the board members or confirm that those materials were taken?
I don't think so.
So you mentioned that you had some one-on-one meetings with certain board members as well. Who did you have these one-on-one meetings with?
I've very frequently engaged with many members of the board on a one-on-one basis. I saw George Schultz extremely frequently, but I think in general with every member I had more frequent interactions outside of board meetings than in the board meetings itself.
Was there anyone else you had one-on-one meetings with?
I believe most of them, if not all.
What about Mr. Belwani? Were you aware of any meetings that he had with other board members, one-on-one?
I can't sit here and recall one today, but I'm sure he did.
Was Mr. Belwani, did he know any of the board members on a more social basis outside of work?
He would attend the board dinners, which are sort of social events. Got to know them in that context.
Do you know if he had any social relationships with any of the board members outside of Theranos?
I mean, I think all of our engagement with that group of people is related to Theranos.
So is your answer no?
I'm not sure I understand the question, I'm sorry.
Were you aware of whether Sunny Balwani had any social relationships with any of the other board members?
I think all of our social relationships with the board members were related to Theranos.
Okay, why don't we take a break for lunch? We're off the record at 12:23 p.m. We're back on the record at 1:17 p.m. Ms. Holmes, did you have any substantive conversations with the SEC staff during the break?
I did not.
Thank you. Rupert Murdoch invested in the C2 round of Theranos, correct?
Yes.
And he made his investment around January 2015?
I had February in my mind, but yes, around then.
You were in discussions with him about investing in Theranos around November, December, and January, of that time frame?
Yes.
Did you review the binder of documents that Theranos sent to Mr. Murdoch ahead of his investment?
I don't know that I reviewed it before he invested. I know I've seen it since then.
Do you know who put the binder together?
I don't.
Do you know what Theranos, who at Theranos would have had the responsibility to do something like that at the time?
Again, similar to some of the other projects, we had different project managers who would compile materials before meetings or to follow up with people.
Who would have instructed the project managers as to what to put into these binders for investors?
I don't know that we gave binders to all investors. My memory is that after Rupert had said he wanted to invest, which was earlier, we then said we would send him a set of background materials on what we were trying to do.
Okay, so you might not have compiled and sent out binders to all investors or potential investors, but when you did, who would have been deciding what to include in these binders?
Again, I don't think there was one person who was making decisions about this. I'm sure I had discussions with the team about it. Sunny may have as well, and people who were focusing on particular areas of the business that we want to share material on would have also.
Besides you and Mr. Balwani, would there have been anyone else at Theranos who would have made a decision as to what to include or not to include in binders?
Again, I don't have memory of one of these specific interactions. My general memory is that whoever the subject matter point person was for a given area would aggregate materials for that area, and that would be included.
And who would have the final say as to what went into the binders or didn't go into the binders to investors?
Again, I don't know. I think it deferred on a case-by-case basis. This was not a consistent practice across all the investors that we engaged with.
Do you recall reviewing Mr. Murdoch's binder before you sent it to him?
I do not.
Do you recall sending binders to any other prospective investors other than Mr. Murdoch?
No.
What about sort of the similar binders, the similar documents as what would be in a binder, just electronically? Do you remember sending electronic documents to any potential investors?
I don't have memory of it, no.
Okay, if you would pick up Exhibit 221 again, which is this large document over here. You can turn to the page with base number ending 6306, which is page 58 of the document.
358?
58.
Yep.
Do you see there's some text messages here dated December 16th, 2014 to December 17th, 2014? Are you on that page?
I'm sorry, this is December 13th of 2015?
Are you on page 58?
Oh, I'm sorry, I was on 358.
Oh, okay. Page 58.
Yep.
doesn't look the same as mine. Are you sure you're on page 58?
58 of 589.
Is this, the date should be December 16th to 17th, 2014.
December 16th.
What base number did you say it was?
6306.
630, that's the difference. It could be,
This is 68?
Is it 68? My copy looks like 58, but it's probably right. Do you see December 16th to 17th, 2014? Text
Yes.
messages? Okay.
Yes.
So if you look halfway down the page, there's a text message from you to Mr. Balwani on December 16th, 2014 at 11:34 p.m. Do you see that? It says, "Are there any materials in the binders you think should be removed for Murdoch/News Corp?" Do you see that text message?
I do.
Are you asking Mr. Balwani for input as to what to include in the binder that you were going to provide to Mr. Murdoch?
Again, I don't remember the specific text, but reading it now, I read it as asking for his advice on whether the right materials were in the Murdoch binder.
So does this refresh your recollection that you would have reviewed Mr. Murdoch's binder before you sent it out?
No, I don't have memory of doing that.
You can put that one aside. Partner fund management, did you understand that PFM was another way to, that partner fund management was called? Or the PFM and
Yes.
partner fund management are the same entity?
I do.
Okay. PFM invested in the C2 round for Theranos, correct?
Yes.
How much did they invest?
I think it was 96 million.
You were in discussions with PFM in late 2014 and January 2000, I'm sorry, let me start over again. You were in discussions with PFM in late 2013 and January 2014 regarding their potential investment?
As I understand it, I met them in December of 14, and we had a meeting to discuss their potential investment in December of 13, and met them for the first time. And then in January of 14, we had a meeting to discuss their potential investment.
Do you remember having a series of meetings with them in January 2014 before their investment?
As far as I know, there's only one that I was in. I understand there were other interactions also.
Which meeting was that?
Meeting in which they came to discuss Theranos and our vision and whether, get an understanding of whether it would be the right investment opportunity.
Did you present any materials to PFM at that meeting?
I don't know.
What do you recall telling them about Theranos?
I don't recall the discussion very well. I've seen notes of those meetings since then.
Whose notes have you seen?
Notes that were taken, I think, by members of PFM's team.
Which members of PFM's team?
I don't know.
How did you review those notes?
With counsel in preparing for potential litigation with PFM.
Did you review the notes anytime prior to reviewing them with counsel?
No.
Do you remember who from PFM you met with in that sort of substantive meeting at Theranos that you attended?
I believe them there, as well as members of his team that were doing due diligence. I don't know what their names were by memory sitting here now.
Before that meeting with him, do you remember being introduced to him in the December time frame?
I do.
Were you introduced to anyone else from PFM?
I think it was in the first meeting.
Do you recall whether he was at that second meeting?
I don't.
Who was at that meeting from Theranos?
Which meeting?
The meeting that you were talking about where you met with PFM and talked about the vision for the company?
In January?
In January.
At least myself and Sunny. I don't know if anyone else was in the meeting.
I'm going to hand to you what's been previously marked Theranos Exhibit 255. Here's another copy. Exhibit 255 purports to be, and actually I also handed you Exhibit 256. I think
Both the email and the attachment were marked separately as exhibits. Exhibit 255 purports to be a January 17th, 2014 email from Sunny Balwani to subject RE with Bates number THPFM 00038700572. And exhibit 256 purports to be a PowerPoint presentation with title Theranos with starting Bates number TS-0315637. Have you seen exhibit 255 before?
I don't think so.
Have you seen exhibit 256 before?
I don't know. It looks like an internal Theranos deck.
So if you turn back to exhibit 255,
is it all part of one or maybe it's just two different types of paper?
I think it might have been printed on two different types of paper because we ran out of paper.
Okay.
But it is one document.
I understand that. Okay.
If you turn back to exhibit 255, you'll see there's an email on 573, which is the second page of exhibit 255 to Sunny Balwani. And he says, Sunny, thanks again for the time you spent with our team walking us through the Theranos story. It's amazing to see what you and Elizabeth and the rest of the Theranos team have accomplished over the last 10 years. Was the initial meeting between you, Mr. Balwani, and the PFM team around January 10th, 2014?
I think so.
Would he have been referring to that meeting with you and Mr. Balwani?
I don't know. I mean, I could infer that from looking at this email right now, but I don't know.
Okay, and if you turn to exhibit 256, then you'll see that, and actually, if looking back at exhibit 255, we'll see that Mr. Balwani is sending a presentation to, he says, attached, please find a PDF, which is a very confidential slide deck of discussions we had. See that? And then he's attaching a very long presentation, which is at exhibit 256. Do you remember presenting this presentation to and the rest of the PFM team at that January 2014 meeting?
I don't think we presented it.
Okay, what do you recall presenting?
My memory is that we did not present slides. We had a discussion.
So your testimony is that you remember not presenting slides, but having a discussion?
Yes, and I think there may have been one slide that was pulled up, which resulted in a request for the deck, but I don't think we did a presentation to a slide deck. I think we may have used a slide in support of a discussion point.
Which slide do you recall using during that meeting?
I don't know. I don't remember it.
So you recall a slide being the impetus for PFM requesting the slide deck, but you don't remember what that slide was?
Yes.
So looking through the presentation, you said that this looks like some kind of internal Theranos presentation. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Testimony? Who would have prepared this slide deck?
I don't think it was one person. I think it was an aggregation of content from different areas of the company that we just kept on adding to over time.
Were you involved in preparing any part of this presentation?
I don't know. I haven't gone through the whole thing. I'm just flipping through it. It looks like it's a lot of content about different parts of our company.
Was Mr. Balwani involved in preparing parts of this presentation?
I don't know.
Just generally during that January 2014 meeting with PFM, were there parts that you discussed with PFM versus parts that Mr. Balwani discussed with them? And what are some of the topics you recall discussing with PFM versus what Mr. Balwani discussed?
So I don't have recollection of specific conversations in the meeting. I know in general in these initial meetings with investors I would talk about our vision and what we were trying to do as a company.
What did you recall Mr. Balwani talking about?
Again, I don't have a specific recollection of what was said in the meeting.
As a general matter, would he have a role in certain topics more prominently?
Yes, on the operations of the business and on the models or projections that we were putting together.
Okay, so I just want to draw your attention to a couple of the slides in this presentation. So if you turn to 644. This slide is titled Media. Do you see that? And the third bullet point was that a yes?
Yes.
Okay. And the third bullet point down, it says not disclosing device, work with hospitals and or the DoD, or future innovations or expansion plans. Do you recall ever putting together slides or documents with that statement?
No.
Do you have any understanding as to what this is talking about?
Sitting here now, I read it to mean that we were not disclosing to the media essentially the plan for the mini lab, work with hospitals or other future innovations or expansion plans.
Did you have that same understanding in January 2014?
I don't know.
Why don't you turn to page 651? So here there's a slide titled Same Tests, A Whole New Approach. And the first line says, Theranos runs any test available in central laboratories and processes all sample types. Was this statement true in January 2014?
I believe so. I don't know how much of our infrastructure had been operationalized in January, but essentially the concept that you could collect any type of sample and through Theranos have it processed was certainly the business model.
Was it true that Theranos could run any or was running any test available in central laboratories?
Theranos as a lab service offering, I believe so, because we had, I think at that point, reference labs set up to process some of the samples.
So you see there's some pictures above that statement with what looks like a collection device. Is that part of the nanotainer or the capillary tube?
Yes.
That leads to the nanotainer. Were you worried at all that this might create an impression that Theranos was using only its manufactured devices to run tests?
My general recollection is the point we were trying to make here is that you could do collection through fingerstick and have an end-to-end lab service offering, and that was the discussion that would accompany this type of slide.
Okay,
When you say that was the discussion that would accompany it, do you recall accompanying this slide with that discussion you just described?
I don't have specific recollection of discussing this slide, but just sitting here now reading it and knowing how we would generally describe what we were trying to do, that's my read on it.
Okay, but you don't recall providing that sort of commentary in connection with the slide to anyone?
I don't think that these slides were discussed with PFM.
What about any other investor?
I don't think so.
So I guess just to answer my question, you don't recall providing that sort of commentary that you just described in connection with this slide with any potential investor in Theranos?
I do not. I actually think this may have been on our website in the context of making that point, but I'm not sure.
Was the statement true in January 2014 that Theranos was running any test available in central laboratories using one of your fingerstick methods?
I don't think that's what this says. I think the point that we were trying to make here is that you could collect fingerstick for some tests, and then also through Theranos as a lab service provider, we could accommodate any sample and do any tests so people wouldn't have to go to 2 different locations.
So you're saying that the pictures at the top and the statement below it are actually 2 separate statements?
I believe so.
What about the statement at the very top? The same test, a whole new approach. Was Theranos providing a whole new approach with respect to running any test available in the central laboratory?
Again, my read on this sitting here now is that the point we were trying to make was that we were introducing this fingerstick methodology for blood testing more broadly, and you could run any test available in a central, or through Theranos as a lab provider in a central lab.
So with I guess my question is just, with Theranos as a central lab provider, was it offering a whole new approach?
We believed so, because we were the first to introduce fingerstick, the first to do upfront eligibility, telling people how much they were going to owe, the first to create this consumer experience, and we were trying to offer the ability to run any test through our laboratory when patients came at retail.
You turn to 667.
You said 57?
667. You'll see there's a slide here with the title Commercial, and the first line under that says key deployments, and then there are a number of bullet points, 2 of which are emergency rooms, hospitals, and provider offices, and the second bullet point underneath is DoD. Do you see that?
Yes.
Was Theranos' technology deployed in emergency rooms, hospitals, and provider offices?
No.
Was Theranos' technology deployed at the DoD?
I believe the burn study was underway at multiple hospitals at this time, but not otherwise.
Is that what you would have been talking about on the slide?
No, sitting here now, my read on this is that this is our aspiration for what we thought all the key deployments would be in building out a commercial infrastructure.
Was that your understanding at the time too, that these were aspirational?
Again, I don't
targets?
remember this specific slide, but yes, there's a lot of aspirational content in this deck of what we were trying to do with the company.
And I guess how can you distinguish between what was aspirational at the time and what Theranos was actually doing at the time when we're reviewing this slide deck?
I don't think these slides were intended to be standalone. They were a whole set of content that we would share as background material that were intended to be supplement with discussion and interaction.
Okay, so do you recall ever providing that supplemental discussion interaction with any potential investors?
I know that we had multiple follow-on meetings in which investors would ask questions about areas of the business that they were interested in. I don't know that investors actually ever read this deck end to end.
I guess, just back to my question, do you recall ever having that sort of discussion about this deck with any investors? Like whether this whole thing or a subset of it?
I don't believe an investor ever asked a question about the deck that I know of.
Did you ever provide a subset of this presentation to any potential investors?
I don't know.
Would it surprise you if you did?
Not necessarily. I don't have memory of doing that.
If you were providing, to the extent that you did provide a subset of this presentation to any potential investors, how would that potential investor know what was aspirational versus what was actually the truth at the time that they were reviewing the presentation?
In general, my understanding is that these materials were sent after we had meetings with investors or potential investors or partners, and they followed discussions about what we were trying to do, who we were as a company, and were intended as background material on exactly what we were trying to do.
You turn to 682 and 683.
Can I just ask a question?
Sure.
So, Ms. Holmes, in these meetings that you had with investors and potential investors, did you talk about what was aspirational, what you wanted to achieve?
Yes.
And did you talk about specifically the technology and blood draw and what was in place at that time versus what was aspirational? Was there a clear delineation between those two?
We tried to do that. Looking back on it now, and especially in the case of PFM, I wish we had done that even more explicitly, including in writing. We didn't have the same type of systems in place we have now on things like sending out materials, but we thought we had at the time.
And what specifically do you wish you would have communicated to PFM at the time?
What I think we did communicate, which is phase 1, phase 2, what we were doing in phase 1, what the business model was, what technology we were using, and what we were doing in phase 2, and what technology we were intending to use in phase 2. I know that we also really thought we were closer to phase 2 than we were.
I just want to make sure I'm understanding. So is it your testimony that you did communicate phase 1 and phase 2 to PFM, or you wish you would have conveyed phase 1 and phase 2 to PFM?
It's my testimony that I think I did. We did. Theranos did. I don't know if it was me specifically. And it's also my testimony that, I understand if you take this document in isolation, that we could have done a much better job in creating documents that we were sending to people. We didn't intend these documents to be standalone, and sitting here now, I know we could have been much better at the way we prepared materials and shared them than we were at the time.
So is it your testimony that in the discussions, the meetings that you had with PFM, that you did describe phase 1 and phase 2, but that was not necessarily reflected here in the document that we're looking at?
Yes, it's my testimony that I believe in the meetings that we had with PFM, we did describe phase 1 and phase 2. And additionally, in looking at this slide deck, I don't think this slide deck does a good job of describing that on a standalone basis.
Okay, thank you.
Who bears responsibility for the failures of this slide deck?
It's my understanding that PFM understood, based on what we at least tried to communicate, or I guess I had thought that we had communicated that this was an internal deck that we were sharing with them for background purposes, not that it was intended to operate as a standalone document. And I wish we had done a much better job of documenting that in terms of the communication with them, but we had at least intended to be clear when we sent it that this was supposed to be an internal sort of compilation of materials that we were sharing for background purposes.
Sure, I understand that, but I guess I think what you described is you sort of wish it had been communicated in a different way.
Yep.
Whose responsibility would it have been to communicate in a different way to PFM at that time?
Well, I mean, in retrospect, I think we should have, in writing, documented what I think we had said to them, which was that this was a compilation of internal materials that we would share, and exactly what the deck was. I think we at least attempted to communicate that verbally, but we don't have good record of that.
Well, who's the we in that sentence, I guess? Is it you and Sunny? Is it Theranos the company?
Theranos the company. I can't remember the specifics of the conversations with PFM, and the moment when they asked for the deck. I just know my general understanding of what happened in the context of sending this material.
Okay, so can you point to anyone who you think bears responsibility for the way in which this deck was sent and communicated to PFM?
Well, I mean, Theranos, myself, Sunny, in the context of the engagement with PFM, we were the principals interacting with them.
Okay, so, I mean, understanding that Theranos is an entity and you and Sunny are individuals, other than you and Sunny, are there any other individuals you feel bear responsibility for that?
For what?
For as you said, sort of the way in which the slide deck was communicated to PFM.
I don't know if anybody else had interaction with them around it. I mean, this was the way the company was operating at this time generally, and we believed at that time that the people who we were interacting with understood what the content we were sharing was.
If you turn to 682 and 683, and I think you're on 682 right now, but we're also looking at, 683. We're also looking at 682 as well.
Yep.
What were you trying to convey in these 2 pages? Have you seen these slides before? Whether it's outside of this presentation or not?
I have. I remember them as being from the slide deck we were using with our retail partners to talk about what the process would be at retail for doing a finger stick.
So here, are you trying to convey that, where it says lab today on 682, are you trying to convey that, today blood testing is being done by a venipuncture using a syringe? Is that what you're trying to convey by the first picture?
I don't know. I think in general these were slides describing finger stick at retail.
Okay. So what is the message that you're portraying by through 682?
Do you mind if I take a minute to look at the slides before it and after it?
Sure.
Sitting here now, my read is that it's a description of what finger stick testing would be like at Walgreens.
Is that meaning aspirationally?
I mean, my memory is that most of this deck is aspirational. But yes, it starts with the sort of Walgreens store and then the process of doing the collection and what that process would be like. And I, again, think these slides were from actually a retail deck on what the service offering would be.
So turning to 685, there's a slide titled New Possibilities in Lab, and it says, under routine, specialty, and esoteric testing, all 1,000 plus currently run tests, CPT codes are available through Theranos. And again, Theranos runs any test available in central laboratories. Was that a true statement in January 2014 that all 1,000 plus currently run tests or CPT codes are available through Theranos?
Again, I think it's the same comment that the whole range of tests could be run through Theranos' lab, and I think that was true in January 14, but I'm not sure how much of that had been operationalized in January 14 because we'd only been open for a couple months at that point.
And so this would have been including tests being run on the modified commercially available machines, tests being run on the unmodified commercially available machines, and also tests being sent out to reference labs?
That's right.
Was that conveyed to potential investors when you were talking about how 1,000 plus currently run tests were being offered through Theranos Labs?
I don't know that we were ever talking specifically about this. I thought that we had talked about what we were running and that we were including reference lab capabilities in our service offering in phase 1.
When you say you thought you had conveyed that, do you know that you conveyed it to any potential investors?
Again, I don't remember specific conversations on these points.
Okay, going to 698 then. There's a slide here titled Validation of Theranos. And at the bottom of the slide, it says excerpts from Johns Hopkins Due Diligence and Technology Validation. Do you see that?
Yes.
Did Johns Hopkins conduct a validation of Theranos' technology?
As I understand it, they did for Walgreens.
What do you mean, as you understand it, they did for Walgreens?
Walgreens team would talk about the Johns Hopkins validation, meaning that Johns Hopkins had signed off on sort of the architecture of the technology as a platform that could do all these things.
Earlier in your testimony, you testified that no devices were ever given to Johns Hopkins. Do you remember that?
We brought one to the meeting, I believe, but yes, I don't think Theranos independently shipped devices to Hopkins.
Okay, so how did Johns Hopkins conduct a validation of your technology if it didn't have access to your device?
Again, my understanding is that this was really looking at the design and architecture of the technology. Would it be capable of doing something that no other point-of-care technology had ever been able to do?
You also testified earlier that your understanding of validation included such factors as linearity and precision and test specificity. Do you remember that?
It's assay or chemistry validation, yes.
Okay. Do you remember Johns Hopkins doing any of that study on either your tests or your devices?
No.
Wait. Any of the assays you mean, as opposed to the device?
So I'm asking her, do you remember Johns Hopkins doing any work on either validating the tests or the devices under that framework, what we just talked about? Looking at linearity, precision, test specificity.
They reviewed some of that data. They did not perform validations themselves. They just reviewed data.
If you turn to 700.
Actually, can I ask another question on 698? You see the line above that? It says, Theranos' lab infrastructure is validated under FDA, ICH, and World Health Organization guidelines. Was that a true statement as of January 2014?
I don't know. I know that our understanding of the standards that we were using to validate our LDTs, our lab developed tests, changed over time, and I think this is what that is referring to, but we later learned that we should be using different standards.
I guess, what do you take lab infrastructure to mean?
I'm not sure. I don't know. I could guess sitting here now.
I mean, is the sentence here, Theranos' lab infrastructure is validated under FDA, ICH, and World Health Organization guidelines, a statement that Theranos' TSPU has been validated under these guidelines?
No. I'm sitting here now, my read is that it's talking about the standards that we were using for validation of the lab-developed tests.
I get, were lab-developed tests often called infrastructure?
I don't know.
Did you ever use that word to call in referring to lab-developed tests?
I don't know.
Can you recall an instance where it was?
I can't.
Who drafted that slide?
I don't know. I think, again, like many of these slides, it's an old slide that was carried through in a lot of decks or updated over time.
If you turn to 700, there's a slide titled Products.
Mm-hmm.
And here under Device, there's a bullet point that says Minilab and 4S for automated processing. Do you see that?
Yes.
These weren't the only devices that were used by Theranos for patient testing, were they?
I don't think either of them were used for patient testing.
Okay, why didn't you include, for instance, the 3.5 that was being used for patient testing here?
I believe that this is a specific slide talking about what products the company wanted to develop on a go-forward basis.
What's your basis for that belief?
I generally recognize it, and I generally have memory that we were trying to distinguish sort of products from the clinical lab, that Theranos was developing products and it also was operating a lab, and that this part of the discussion was on the technology or the products that we were trying to build.
Did you ever talk to investors and show them this particular slide?
Again, I don't remember ever having conversations with investors about the slide deck.
Did you ever have any conversations with investors about this particular slide?
I don't think so.
What about 701, which is the next page? There are pictures of a number of things under the title Overview Theranos Systems. Under
Theranos analyzers, there's a picture of 2 analyzers there. What are these pictures of?
One is of the 3 series device. I don't know if it's a 3.0 or a 3.5, and the other one is one of the 4 series devices in Mini Labs.
Okay, so here under, you're actually showing pictures of Theranos analyzers. Why didn't you include other machines that you were using, including the commercially available machines here?
Again, I don't think this part of the presentation, these slides were used to support anything about the clinical lab. I think this was talking about the proprietary technologies that we were working to develop for distributed testing.
Did you think that this might give the wrong impression that the only Theranos analyzers Theranos was using were its own proprietary devices and that Theranos wasn't using commercially available machines to conduct testing?
Not at the time, because we weren't using these decks for the purpose of trying to provide a comprehensive overview of the company. But again, were I preparing this content now, we're being very careful to prepare this content very differently now.
So do you think it could have been made clearer that we were not providing an overall picture of what the company was doing or using, and that you could have been more specific as to the analyzers Theranos was using at the time?
At the time, we did not think that these slides were ever going to be looked at as standalone descriptions of what we were doing. We thought they were tools to facilitate different parts of the discussion. Now, again, we are taking a very different approach to how we're preparing any content.
Why don't you turn to 733?
Sorry, before we leave the slide again, just the slide is titled Overview of Theranos Systems.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, is that a yes?
Yes.
I mean, is it your basic testimony that this isn't an overview of Theranos systems, it's an overview of Theranos' planned systems?
Theranos Systems was the word that we generally use to describe the proprietary family of technologies that we were developing with MiniLab. And yes, it's my general memory that this deck was aspirational. So these were the technologies we wanted to take into the FDA and distribute on the market, but obviously had not done that yet.
Just one other follow-up, Ms. Holmes. You just said prior to Mr. Kolhikar's question that the deck was a tool to facilitate discussion.
Yeah.
So I know you said that you didn't go over the deck, or other than that one slide. Did you have the deck there in the meeting and you were going through it with PFM, or how did that work?
I don't know that we had the deck with us. It's my general understanding that we did not go through a deck with PFM at all. I think that on a computer, I don't know if it was mine or, in fact, it probably was not mine because I generally didn't bring computers to meetings, but a slide was put up to support a conversation. And I generally understand that after that, PFM asked, could you send the deck that slide was from? And we sent this big deck.
So when you were having the discussion with PFM employees, did you have the deck in front of you, even though you weren't projecting it or any of the slides from it? Did you have it as kind of a tool that you would use, either you or Mr. Balwani would use, to facilitate the discussion that you previously testified to?
I don't think it was up on the screen. I think it was literally brought up with a slide to facilitate discussion. I can infer from that it was on a computer that was in the room at the time of the meeting.
I guess, did you have a copy for of the slide deck for yourself to use as sort of a
No.
set of talking points?
No.
Did you generally have a prepared set of talking points when meeting with investors?
No.
What did you use to sort of guide the discussion?
I would generally speak in free form because the part of the conversation that I had was our vision. So it was about talking about who we were, what we were trying to do, and then I would talk about the inventions. And then from there, there was generally follow-on discussions where people would do diligence, and I, for the most part, was not involved in those next set of conversations.
Because they were with Mr. Balwani or someone else from Theranos?
Yes.
If you didn't use the deck during the meeting and you didn't use it yourself as a tool to facilitate the discussion, then my question would be, what then is the point of the deck?
The deck was a amalgamation of slides that Theranos had. It was used by different teams, different people for different purposes. It's literally a set of marketing content, a set of content from the website, a set of content about the labs, a set of content about our retail relationships, data. And it was a working tool that different people throughout the company would use if they needed to pull a piece of information to support a discussion. So if they wanted, for example, a picture of the system, if they were trying to describe the system, they would pull that slide from the deck to support discussion.
So your testimony, as I understand it, is you had this deck already in place, and there was a discussion during the meeting with PFM in which you pulled out one slide, projected that, and then PFM from that point said, hey, can we get a copy of the deck that you used?
Yes.
Okay.
Who pulled up that slide?
I don't know.
Was it Mr. Balwani?
Again, I don't know. I know that I generally didn't bring computers to meetings, so probably, but I don't remember it specifically.
Okay. If you go to page 733, there's a slide titled Clinical Data, and then a whole section full of slides behind it.
Yes.
You see that? And let's just take a look at a specific slide. So 754. Looks like there's a chart for ferritin. Do you see that?
Yes.
What is this chart supposed to convey?
Data that we thought was representative as to the performance of the chemistry that was designed to be able to handle small sample volumes.
Okay, so take me through what's being compared here. So is this a correlation graph?
It's a method comparison graph.
A method comparison graph. So what are you comparing here?
You're comparing the Theranos assay to one by Alpco Diagnostics, I think is their name.
And what are each of these assays being tested on? What device or platform are they being tested on?
I believe ferritin was on the Theranos TSPU, and the Alpco is on a kit.
Okay, and the kit, what is that? Is that like a manual kit?
I think so. I don't know for sure.
Okay, so you're comparing the performance of a Theranos assay on the TSPU versus a reference assay using some other platform. Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay. And so is this trying to show that the Theranos method is quite close to the reference method?
It's showing what the concordance is. At the time, we thought this was really good. Today, we actually wouldn't accept this as being as good as we thought it was.
Why do you say
that? We used to believe that cutoffs like R squared and about this many samples were sufficient to show validation of a test, and we have much more comprehensive mechanisms in place right now for the standards to which we're validating.
So you understood in January 2014, though, that ferritin wasn't actually being tested on the TSPU in patient testing, though, correct?
I don't know that I understood that in January 2014. I knew there was a limited number of tests on the TSPU in the lab.
Would it surprise you if you knew that ferritin was being tested instead on a commercially available machine at that time?
I don't think I would have known that, but it wouldn't surprise me if it was being tested on a commercial machine.
Do you think that the fact that you're including these correlation graphs that compare the Theranos methods to reference methods and Theranos methods being on the TSPU would create the impression to people who are reviewing these slides that Theranos was using its TSPU for all of these tests at that time?
No.
Why?
Because these data were intended to reflect the fact that we had worked on a large number of chemistries to handle small sample volumes, and that we would work to bring those up in the lab over time. This was not intended to reflect the clinical lab.
This is all under a section called clinical data?
Yes.
Is that right? Can you just differentiate in your mind the difference between clinical lab and clinical data?
I believe clinical data is the term to reflect plots when you're using actual clinical samples for the plot, as opposed to some of the experiments that you were referencing earlier, which are not done on actual live samples. They're done on contrived materials. This part of the discussion was broadly about the assays that we were developing to the extent that we showed this data.
So are you saying that patient samples were being used in order to do this method comparison?
Yes.
So like leftover material from a test run on a traditional machine could be used to test a ferret assay. Is that?
So the last part of an assay sort of validation process, as I understand it, is the method comparison, and that's where you take an actual sample and compare two methods. The rest of the steps, like linearity or precision, are not done with actual patient samples, and that's why it says clinical data. This is that last step where you're actually doing the comparison with a clinical sample.
Why don't we take a short break? We're off the record at 2:06 p.m. We're back on the record at 2:20 p.m. Ms. Holmes, did you have any substantive conversations with the SEC staff during the break?
I did not.
Did you ever send a subset of the internal slide deck, something similar to Exhibit 256, to...
I don't know.
Would it surprise you if you did?
No.
Why not?
It was a tool that we used in supporting discussions.
But you'd earlier said that you wouldn't provide the slides without some sort of explanation about those slides.
No, I'm sorry, what I was trying to say.
Yeah, I don't think that's what she said. Go ahead, yes.
Yeah, what I was trying to say was that the slides were not created to be standalone material.
Okay, so what were they created for?
They were created to support discussions.
Okay, I don't know how that's any different from what I just asked you.
I'm sorry, maybe I misunderstood the question.
I had understood you to say that the slide deck wasn't meant to be sent to other people, such as potential investors, without an explanation for those slides. Wasn't that your testimony?
Maybe I didn't communicate clearly. What I was attempting to communicate is that when those slides were created, they were not created to operate in a standalone way. We would share them, and generally with people with whom we were in active discussion.
Do you recall sending materials more generally, whether connected to Exhibit 256 or otherwise?
I recall that he was advising me and us in the early days of my relationship with him. He even acted as my counsel for a period of time. So we shared a lot of information with him.
Did you share any information with him in connection with obtaining potential investments in Theranos?
We shared information with him in the context of the C2 round and the people who we were talking to, and I remember asking for his advice on what information would make sense to share.
And I guess, is it your testimony that you retained to provide you with legal advice on that issue? I'm just trying to be careful about how...
He was Ms. Holmes' lawyer for a significant amount of time on a number of issues, and we better talk about whether this goes into it or not. Let us have one second. I mean, there's a lot of stuff that was clearly attorney-client privilege.
We're off the record at 2:23 p.m.
Yeah, just have a really quick conversation.
We're on the record at 2:33 p.m. Ms. Holmes, did you have any substantive conversations with the SEC staff during the break?
No.
So just to follow up on a question, did you have an understanding in 2014 that certain materials were provided in connection with his potential investment in Theranos?
Yes or no? If you can answer yes or no.
I understood that they were generally being provided for advice in conjunction with the C2 round that we were working toward.
What materials were those?
I don't remember specifically. I know that he had access to a number of documents, that we sent documents to him.
Do you remember who at Theranos sent him those documents?
I don't, but I would assume that I sent some of them to him.
Do you know if he passed those materials on to potential C2 investors?
I don't know if he passed them on. I think he may have shown materials that he had to certain potential investors.
Did you understand at the time that materials were being provided to him that he was intending to show those materials to potential investors?
No, I think he did that later.
Did you ever attend meetings that you had with potential C2 investors at Theranos?
Yes.
Would that
Yes.
would that include?
Just for clarity's sake, since there's a...
Sure, Cox Investments?
Yes.
Who else did he attend along with?
He was at one of the meetings with, it wasn't at Theranos, but it was about investing in Theranos, and he may have been at others as well.
Did he attend a meeting with representatives from the Niarchos Foundation?
Yes.
I guess
Actually, I think so. He may have been on the phone. I'm not sure.
In any of those meetings, do you recall presenting a selection of the slides that we saw in Exhibit 256?
I don't have memory of that, no.
Earlier in your testimony, you testified that BDT Capital was hired as a financial advisor to Theranos. Do you remember that testimony?
As an advisor initially, yes. Or that we engaged with them. I don't know that we hired them per se.
Okay. And in late 2014, you understood that they were considering to invest in Theranos, that they were a potential investor as well, correct?
I did.
So I'm going to hand to you what's been marked as Theranos Exhibit 266. Exhibit 266 purports to be a December 19th, 2014 email from Elizabeth Holmes to Sunny Balwani. Subject line is forward project test company overview memo version 025.pdf with starting dates number THPFM 000-389-1168 with an attachment with Bates number starting THPFM 000-389-1169. Have you seen Exhibit 266 before?
I don't know. I don't remember it, but I don't have reason to doubt the email exchange.
What is Exhibit 266?
It looks like an email exchange with an attachment from the...
Did you receive the email on December 18th, 2014 from on or about December 18th, 2014?
Again, I don't remember it, but I assume I did.
And you also received a following email around the same date from...
It looks like I did, yes.
Do you understand your addresses on these emails?
Yes.
So you'll see here at the bottom of 1168 on Exhibit 266, there's an email from to you. And he says, Elizabeth, attached is the preliminary draft of our company overview that we would plan to send to the pre-approved co-investor targets. Do you see that?
I do.
Did you understand that information that they were including on this memo that he's attaching to this email was based on conversations that he had with you and Mr. Balwani?
Again, I don't remember receiving this email, and I don't know that I ever read the attachment.
Had you had discussions with Capital prior to December 18th, 2014?
Yes.
And in those discussions, had you described Theranos' vision and its operations?
Yes.
Did you understand by the time of this email that Capital had prepared a memo in order to send out to potential co-investors?
I don't know. My memory generally is that we were deciding whether or not to have Vest and ultimately decided not to proceed.
Did you have any discussions with Capital about them going out to find co-investors to invest together in Theranos?
My memory is that they already had entities that were interested in investing, but I don't remember specific conversations about that.
Okay, so in Todd's email at the bottom, he says, feel free to make any changes, edits. Do you see that?
Yes.
Did you end up making any changes to the memorandum that he attached and did you ever send that back to the Capital?
Again, I don't recognize the document, so I don't know that we ever went through it. I think we ended up deciding not to proceed with a financial investment from.
Okay, and after Ms. Sense's email, then he sends another email and she attaches, instead of a PDF version of the memorandum, she sends a Word version of the document. Do you see that?
I do.
So she was intending to make it easier for you and Mr. Balwani, or at least for you to make changes to the document, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and then you forward the email to Mr. Balwani. Do you see that at the top?
Yes.
What was your purpose in sending it to Mr. Balwani?
I don't know. I can't remember receiving this email.
You can keep that in front of you. I'm going to hand to you what's been marked Theranos Exhibit 267. Exhibit 267 purports to be a December 23rd, 2014 email from to Elizabeth Holmes with a copy of the subject line is follow up to our call with starting dates number BDT SEC _ PST 0005074. Have you seen Exhibit 267 before?
I don't recognize it, but I don't have reason to doubt the document.
And was he also a member of the BDT team?
I think so.
So if you look on the bottom of Exhibit 267-5074, there's an email from you on December 23rd, 2014. Did you send that email on or about December 23rd, 2014?
Again, I don't remember it, but I don't have reason to doubt the document.
Okay, and so you're sending an email to, it looks like, and here you note in your email, let's see, 1, 2, 3, the fourth paragraph down, you say, with respect to the investment memo, our team had a mini heart attack seeing our complete strategy, future plans, unannounced deals, and profit margins delineated in a single document like that, especially without any encryption of the document. Do you see that?
Yes.
Does this refresh your recollection that you reviewed the memo at the time?
No.
How would you know that the memo included all of these things, like Theranos' complete strategy, future plans, unannounced deals, and profit margins, unless you reviewed it?
Looks like our team reviewed it. I don't know who.
Who on your team would have reviewed the memo?
I don't know.
Who else received the memo besides you and Mr. Balwani?
I don't know.
If you look a little further down in that same paragraph, it says, let me know if the intent is for this to go only to persons who have committed to participate through co-investment to a broader group, semicolon, I'd like to get a sense of what the purpose of the document is at this stage, and we can then send back our thoughts and edits based on what we are trying to do with it at this point. Do you see that?
Yes.
What were you asking him there?
Sitting here reading it now, I assume I'm saying what is the purpose of the document, and then we'll edit it based on the intended audience.
Did you not understand the purpose of the document before asking him?
I mean, I'm assuming not, given that I'm asking here.
So going back to Exhibit 266,
You want to turn to the attachment to the email
Yes.
and look at the page number ending, the dates number ending 1172. Oh, actually, first, could you actually start on 1169? You'll see this is the cover page of the memorandum. And it's titled Project Test. Do you see that?
Yes.
Did you understand in your discussions with BDT Capital that they were using test as a code name for Theranos?
I don't remember that, but it looks like they were.
Okay. Why don't you turn to 1172? So I want to focus on the portion of this page under compelling strategic plan. You'll see on the third paragraph down, it says, in conjunction with its execution of its 7-pronged strategic plan, the company is currently negotiating the terms of a contract with the U.S. government to provide testing services for Ebola within U.S. airports and alongside the U.S. military and aid agencies in West Africa. Did you tell Dee this?
I don't remember a specific conversation to that effect.
Do you remember a general conversation to that effect?
I don't remember general conversations to that effect. I know at the time we were devoting a lot of resources to the submission of an emergency use authorization for Ebola, and we're hopeful that we would be able to engage in contracting opportunities.
So you remember that you were hopeful about engaging in contract opportunities. Were you negotiating the terms of a contract with the U.S. government at that time with respect to Ebola?
Not that I can recall.
So would this statement be true as of late 2014?
I don't think so, but I can't remember exactly who we were engaging with on Ebola contracting.
Who would know the answer to that?
I don't know. I don't know. We need to look back at how we were doing this at that time. I haven't thought about it for a long time.
Did you hear Mr. Balwani make a statement to this effect, that the company is currently negotiating the terms of a contract with the U.S. government with respect to Ebola?
I can't remember any discussions to that effect.
If you turn to the next page, which is 1173, under technology and hardware, the second paragraph down, the memorandum says, samples for all tests are run on one proprietary diagnostic machine, an unprecedented capability in testing, and a significant technological competitive advantage versus peers. Did you tell me that?
To the extent we were discussing the mini lab, yes. That's what the mini lab is architected to do.
It says all tests are run on one. Is this an aspirational statement then in your mind, or?
Yes, it's a description of the design of the mini lab. Yes.
Did you tell B Capital that Theranos was not actually using its proprietary diagnostic machine to perform patient tests, or all patient tests rather? That it was only it was only being used to perform a small subset of the tests?
I don't think we had discussions about what it was being used to do in the clinical lab.
Why not?
Because the bulk of our focus was on phase 2 of our model and getting the machine out and distributed.
Capital wasn't interested in what Theranos was doing at the time?
I don't know what they were interested in.
Did they ever ask you questions about what Theranos was doing at the time?
Again, I can't remember the specifics of the conversations with them.
Did you hear Mr. Balwani make a statement like this to be that samples of all tests are run on one proprietary diagnostic machine?
Again, I can't remember the specifics of conversations with.
If you turn to 1174. Under test accuracy, second paragraph down, it says, A validation study published by Johns Hopkins in 2010 concluded that the technology is novel and sound. It can accurately run a wide range of routine and special assays, and that no major weaknesses were identified. Did you tell that there was a validation study that was published by Johns Hopkins in 2010 that concluded that?
I don't think we told them. My memory is they actually got access to the Johns Hopkins document in and of itself.
Your memory is that they got access to the Johns Hopkins document? Are you talking
Yes.
about the April 2010 document?
I think so, yeah.
How did they gain access to that document?
I'm not sure if we gave it to them or somebody else gave it to them, I'm not sure.
Did you ever describe the April 2010 document from Johns Hopkins as a validation study?
I don't remember specific conversations to that effect.
Other than the Johns Hopkins report, do you remember anything else that was provided?
I don't. I know we were actively engaged with them over a period of months on a lot of different aspects of our business, so I'm sure they had access to a lot of content.
Did you hear Mr. Balwani make the statement to you that there was a validation study that was published by Johns Hopkins in 2010?
Not that I can remember.
On that same page, under Select Clinical Correlations, the memorandum states, the company has validated all of its tests versus traditional laboratory and reference methods to demonstrate their accuracy. Did you tell this?
I don't know.
Was this true in December 2014?
Again, I haven't read the document, so I'm not sure specifically whether this is referring to product development or the clinical lab. We thought we had done this, both in tests we developed on the product development side as well as tests we had validated as LDTs in the clinical lab.
Did you make clear to me at this time in December or late 2014 that the clinical data that you were showing them pertained to data that was generated in the R&D lab and not in the clinical lab that was performing patient testing?
I don't know if we showed them data from the lab, the LDTs or R&D data. Certainly to the extent that we showed R&D data, my memory is we generally would describe it as product development data on all the tests we created.
Turning to page 1175, under manufacturing, the memorandum states, Test currently manufactures 100% of its diagnostic machines and associated consumables in a single plant in Newark, California. Did you tell Capital that Theranos currently manufactured 100% of its diagnostic machines in Newark, California, as of December 2014?
To the extent it's referring to the mini lab and all of the components in the mini lab.
You did tell Capital that?
I don't know that I personally said that, but that was something that Theranos was very proud of, that every component of mini lab was manufactured in this Newark facility.
The mini lab wasn't 100% of Theranos' diagnostic machines at the time, was it?
No, just 100% of the mini lab was manufactured in the Newark facility.
So was this statement true as of December 2014?
Only with respect to the mini lab.
This statement isn't qualified with respect to the mini lab, is it?
No, again, I don't think I've ever read this whole document, so I'm not sure if this is talking about the clinical lab or the technology we were working to develop.
Did you ever hear Mr. Balwani make this statement to Capital?
Not that I can remember.
The third paragraph down, it says, unlike other sector participants, Test operates a vertically integrated manufacturing model. The company receives raw materials, e.g. plastic, aluminum, etc., and constructs each and every component of the finished products, diagnostic machines, and associated consumables. Did you tell V this?
Again, I don't remember specific conversations with
Did you hear Mr. Balwani make this statement to be?
Not that I can remember.
Was this statement true as of December 2014?
With respect to our mini lab.
Is the statement in any way qualified with respect to the mini lab?
Again, I haven't read this document, so I don't know what the pretext to this is. This section just talks about diagnostic machines.
And Theranos was using other diagnostic machines besides the mini lab in December 2014, correct?
In its clinical lab, yes.
If you turn to 1178 and 1179, starting on page 1178, there's a section called Walgreens. Do you see that halfway down the page?
Yes.
Okay, if you flip over to 1179 at the very top, the very top of the page, there's a sentence that starts, "The contract does not limit." So the memo is talking about Walgreens, and it says that the contract does not limit or restrict tests from opening additional locations if the company chooses to do so. Did you tell Capital that in December, around December 2014?
I don't think so. My memory is we gave them access to the Walgreens agreement and they reviewed it directly.
Did you hear Mr. Balwani make this statement to Capital?
No, again, I don't remember any specifics of the conversations. Maybe.
Was this statement true as of December 2014?
Do you mind if I read the paragraph?
Sure.
I don't know.
Was it true that the contract, the Walgreens contract, doesn't restrict Theranos from opening additional locations if Theranos chose to do so?
I don't know.
Wasn't it true that Walgreens and Theranos had to work together to plan out additional locations to open it?
Yes, I remember that in certain versions of the contract. I'm not sure what this is referring to.
So if you look down another 2 paragraphs from there, the memorandum states, as part of the agreement, and this is talking about the Walgreens agreement again, the 2 companies will partner together to make test the largest clinical laboratory in the U.S. This development is on target, and the 2 companies anticipate achieving this milestone by the end of 2016. Did you tell Capital that in late 2014?
I don't think so.
Did you hear Mr. Balwani make this statement to Capital?
I can't remember the specifics of conversations.
Was the statement true as of December 2014?
I don't know.
Do you ever recall a time in which Walgreens stated it was going to make Theranos the largest clinical laboratory in the U.S.?
Certainly, the prior Walgreens management team had that vision. I don't remember specific conversations to that effect.
So the vision would be the sort of the pre-Boots leadership?
Yes.
So if you look down another paragraph under that, in the middle of the next paragraph, it says, in 2015, the company plans to dramatically expand its wellness center penetration to several hundred stores across multiple states. Did you tell Capital that's?
No, I don't think so.
Did you hear Mr. Balwani make that statement to Capital?
I can't remember any of the specifics of the conversations.
Was that statement true as of December 2014?
Again, my read on this, sitting here now, is that this was the conclusions they drew from reading the contract themselves.
But you don't have any recollection that that's the basis for the statement here?
I don't, I just remember giving them access to the agreement.
Okay, so we talked about the agreement and then the Johns Hopkins report. Do you remember giving them access to any other information?
I'm just thinking. I don't know specifically. I generally remember that because we had met them in the context of wanting them to advise us, that we gave them broad access to a lot of content internally. I can't sit here and remember another specific document.
So if you turn the page to 1180, about a third down the page, there's a section on Safeway. Do you see that?
Mm-hmm.
The second paragraph starts, the company projects to launch wellness centers within Safeway stores in 2015, beginning in California. Did you tell Capital that?
I don't think so.
Did Mr. Balwani tell Capital that?
I don't know.
Was that statement true as of December 2014?
I don't know.
Going on to page with Bates ending 1183. You see there's a table here in the middle of the page that's titled Company Projections. Do you see that?
Yes.
And this shows that Theranos is earning $8 million from physicians' offices and $43 million from hospital courier services in the fourth quarter of 2014. Do you see that?
I do.
Did you provide these projections to be?
No.
Did Mr. Balwani provide these projections?
I don't know.
Were these projections reasonable in December 2014 that Theranos was set to make $8 million in revenue from physicians' offices and $43 million from hospitals through couriering samples?
I don't think so.
Why not?
I don't think we deployed the retail locations to do this in 2014.
Did Theranos end up earning any revenues from these two sectors in fourth quarter of 2014?
I don't know.
You'll also see that on the same page, on the company projections page, in that same table we were looking at, under pharmaceutical services, there's a projection of $8 million for pharmaceutical services in fourth quarter of 2014 for a total of $40 million projected revenues in 2014 for the year. Do you see that?
Mm-hmm.
Did you tell Capital that Theranos was on the road to achieving $40 million in revenues from pharmaceutical services?
I don't think so.
Did you hear Mr. Balwani make that statement to?
Again, I can't remember any of the specifics of the conversations with you.
So if you look at those two numbers, it would appear that Theranos would have generated about $32 million in revenues from pharmaceutical services for the rest of the year, first quarter to third quarter of 2014. Do you see that?
I do.
Had Theranos generated $32 million from pharmaceutical services in first quarter to third quarter 2014?
I don't think so.
So if you look on the bottom of the page, under retail pharmacies, the memorandum states Walgreens locations. Test currently has 41 wellness centers in Walgreens stores, 40 in Arizona, 1 in Palo Alto, California, and plans to open wellness centers in 900 total Walgreens pharmacies by year-end 2015. Did you tell Capital this?
I don't think so.
Did you hear Mr. Balwani make this statement to Capital?
Again, I can't remember any of the specifics of the conversations with.
Was this a true statement that Theranos was planning to open wellness centers in 900 total Walgreens pharmacies by year-end 2015?
I don't know.
If you turn the page to 1184, under physicians' offices,
second bullet point down, it says locations. The company is currently in 101 physician offices and plans to be in approximately 700 offices by year end 2015. Did you tell Capital this?
No,
Did you hear Mr. Balwani make this statement to Capital?
I don't think so.
Was this statement true as of December 2014?
I don't know. I think if we were doing physician pickup, it may have been reflective of that. I don't know when we were doing that.
Was Theranos currently, at that time in December 2014, in 101 physicians' offices?
I don't know.
Was it ever?
We were picking up samples from physician offices. I don't know how many physician offices we were picking up from.
If you turn to the next page, 1185, under pharmaceutical services, the first bullet point says cartridges. Test currently runs 3,000 samples per month, 100 per day. Given current contracts, it expects this number to increase to 5,000 in the second half of 2015. Did you tell Capital that Theranos was currently running 3,000 samples per month under pharmaceutical services contracts?
No.
Did you hear Mr. Balwani make this statement to Capital?
Not that I can remember.
Was this statement true as of December 2015?
I don't
I'm sorry.
think
Was this accurate in December 2014?
No, I don't think so.
Did you ever tell Capital that given current contracts in pharmaceutical services that Theranos expected the number of samples run each month to increase to 5,000 in the second half of 2015?
I don't think so.
Did you ever hear Mr. Balwani make that statement to Capital?
Not that I can remember.
Was this statement true as of December 2014?
I don't know.
You mentioned earlier that there were others on your team who might have reviewed the memorandum and told you that it included complete notes about Theranos' complete strategy, future plans, unannounced deals, and profit margins. Do you remember that testimony?
Just that I was inferring that from the email you showed me.
So you don't know whether somebody might have told you that?
Again, I don't remember sending this email. I'm just looking at the language in it now, and the fact that I said our team as opposed to I likely means that.
Did anyone raise any issues with respect to the accuracy of the statements made in this memorandum to you from your team?
I honestly don't know that we read the memoranda in detail. I mean, it looks like some people looked at it, but I don't remember ever reading it.
We spoke before about you having a lot of access to information at Theranos, right?
Yeah.
And at this time, they'd been working with the company for some time. Is that fair?
Yes. A few months.
In those few months, you met with several times. Is that fair?
Yes.
And with his associates several times.
I think so. Yes.
And it was your understanding that Mr. Balwani did the same?
Yes.
Does it concern you at all that this is the impression they formed on the company, given the level of interaction they had by December 2014?
I'm a little bit confused by it. I'm not quite sure where it's coming from, or if it was just intended to be a sales piece that we were to edit. I'm not sure. Certainly, I don't think we conveyed some of the things that were in it.
Did it concern you that they were intending to send that memorandum to co-investors, even though it included some inaccurate statements?
Again, I don't know that I read it at the time. We certainly would have wanted to make sure it was accurate if it were going to have gone out.
Why didn't you review it and make changes and edits to it, considering that they asked you to do that?
I think at this time we were beginning to think that we were not going to be doing a deal with, so we weren't paying a lot of attention to it.
Did you tell at that time that you weren't going to be doing a deal with them?
I think a couple weeks later, or a week or so later.
You continued to meet with in a late December 2014 time period, right?
I think so, yes.
Did not ask you again for your feedback on this document?
I don't know.
Did anyone from?
I don't know.
Did you ever tell PFM in early 2014 that Theranos had 300 machines that were running in Theranos' labs?
Not that I can remember.
Did you hear Sunny Balwani make this statement to PFM?
Not that I can remember.
Did you ever tell PFM in early 2014 that Theranos had the capability to manufacture 200 mini labs?
Not that I can remember.
Did you hear Sunny Balwani make this statement to PFM?
Again, I can't remember specifics of the conversation with PFM.
Was that statement true as of January 2014?
I don't know.
Did you ever tell PFM that Theranos had a roadmap to 1,300 assays?
I don't know.
Did you hear Sunny Balwani make that statement to PFM?
Not that I can remember.
Would this statement have been true as of January 2014?
In a product development sense, yes.
Did you ever tell PFM in January 2014 that Theranos had developed almost all of the 1,300 assays and had launched some of the 1,300 assays?
I don't remember specific discussions to that effect.
Did you hear Mr. Balwani ever make that statement to PFM?
Not that I can remember.
Was that statement true as of January 2014?
It's actually a compound statement. There's multiple statements in there.
Sure, we can go through them one by one.
Sure.
So, did you ever tell PFM that Theranos developed 1,300 assays?
No.
Did you ever hear Mr. Balwani make that statement to PFM?
Not that I can remember.
Was that statement true as of January 2014?
No.
Did you ever tell PFM that Theranos can put, strike that. Madrone Partners was a C2 investor, correct?
Yes.
And Greg Penner was the member of the Walton family that was considering an investment in Theranos on behalf of the Madrone Partners?
I think Greg and Rob both, yes.
Greg and Rob both?
Yeah.
You were in discussions with both Mr. Penner and Mr. Walton in the fall of 2014 to invest in Theranos?
Yes.
Did you ever tell Mr. Penner that Theranos could execute just with the cash that it had at the time and the cash flow that it had achieved through its contracts?
In the fall of 2014?
Yes.
I don't know.
Did you ever hear Mr. Balwani make that statement?
I don't know.
Would that have been true in late 2014?
I don't know.
Did you ever tell Capital in September of 2014 that Theranos' goal was to be in 800 stores by the end of 2015?
I don't know.
Did you ever hear Mr. Balwani make that statement?
Not that I can remember.
Did you ever tell Capital that Theranos' machines cost $35,000 to $40,000 versus $1 million for Theranos' competitors?
Not that I can remember.
Did you ever hear Mr. Balwani make that statement to Capital?
I don't know.
Was that statement true, that Theranos' machines cost $35,000 to $40,000?
That's in the range of what the cost of goods of the mini lab likely was at that time.
So that, sorry.
What do you mean by cost of goods?
The cost to make a mini lab.
Just the components or the labor and?
I believe all of the above, the fully loaded cost of goods.
Did you ever tell Capital that all of Theranos' devices work on one box, which is a significant advantage versus Theranos' competitors?
I'm not sure I understand the question. All of the devices?
Maybe it's all of their tests. Did you ever tell Capital that all of your tests work on one box? Which is different from your competitors.
I don't remember saying that, but that's what the mini lab is designed to do.
Did you ever hear Mr. Balwani make that statement to Capital?
I don't know.
Did you ever tell Capital that Theranos solves a fundamental problem for the military because Theranos can run tests quickly on one portable machine where no one else can?
I don't know if we said that.
Did you ever hear Mr. Balwani make that statement?
I don't know.
Did you ever tell Capital that all of Theranos' tests can be run on one machine with one disposable cartridge?
Again, I don't remember the specifics of conversations, but that's what mini lab is designed to do.
Did you ever hear Mr. Balwani make that statement?
I don't know.
So of course that wouldn't have applied to the test that Theranos was conducting in patient testing, correct?
Repeat that question again.
Sorry. What do you mean?
So it's not true that all of Theranos' tests were being performed on the mini lab, correct?
Correct.
That a majority of the tests were actually performed on commercially available machines, correct?
Yeah, absolutely.
What is Fremont Group?
It's a fund that manages mostly the Bechtel family money.
Were you in discussions in late 2014 about a possible investment in Theranos from Fremont Group?
Yes.
Who were your discussions with?
Primarily.
Was there anyone else who was involved in those discussions?
There was, and I don't remember the names of the principals.
Was one of them?
I think so.
Another?
I don't know.
Did you give Fremont Group a copy of Theranos' financial model which showed projections?
I did not. I don't know if Theranos did.
I did not. I don't know if
Anyone else at Theranos did.
Did Sunny Balwani provide financial projections to Fremont Group?
I don't know.
Did you tell Fremont Group in late 2014 that the financial numbers, that Theranos' financial numbers were based on no new contracts?
I don't think, no.
Did you hear Mr. Balwani make this statement to Fremont Group in late 2014?
Not that I can remember.
Was this statement true as of late 2014?
I don't know.
Did you tell anyone from the Fremont Group that Theranos' assay run test time was always less than 1 hour?
I don't know.
Would that, do you recall Mr. Balwani saying that to anyone from the Fremont Group?
Not that I can recall.
Would that have been a true statement in October of 2014?
To the extent we were talking about the design of the mini lab, but not tests in our clinical lab.
Did you tell Fremont Group? Let me start again. Did you tell Fremont Group in late 2014 that devices now cost $40,000 fully loaded?
Not that I can remember.
Did you hear Mr. Balwani make that statement to Fremont Group?
I don't know.
Was that statement true in late 2014?
I don't know.
Did you tell Fremont Group in late 2014 that Theranos had put its TSPU on a medevac helicopter?
No.
Why do you say no?
Because I've never said that.
You've never said that, okay. Did you hear Sunny Balwani make this statement to Fremont Group?
No.
Would this statement have been true in late 2014?
No.
Did you tell Capital in October 2014 that Theranos had an auditor and that its financial statements were audited as well?
I don't know. I know we were discussing a new audit with them.
What do you recall about your conversations regarding the new audit?
that we were discussing with them engaging with KPMG to get an audit done.
Oh, in what context? Were they surprised that Theranos wasn't getting audits done?
No, I believe we were talking about getting audits done on a go-forward basis.
Do they ever request to see audited financials, historical financials?
I don't know. They might have, I can't remember.
Did you ever tell Capital that KPMG was Theranos' current auditor in late 2014?
I don't know.
Did you hear Mr. Balwani make that statement to Capital?
Just so I understand the question, what do you mean by current auditor?
That KPMG had been hired by Theranos to act as its auditor as of late 2014.
We may have discussed it in terms of past years, but I know we discussed that we didn't have certain years audited.
Did you hear Mr. Balwani make that statement to Capital that KPMG was Theranos' current auditor as of late 2014?
I'm not quite sure what current auditor means, but no, I don't remember the specifics of conversations.
Did Theranos have an auditor as of late 2014?
Not for calendar year 2014, no.
Did you ever tell?
We were engaged with KPMG at that time about auditing recent years.
Did you ever tell
We're
any?
engaging with them. I'm sorry.
No, I apologize. Does that cover it?
Yes.
No,
Sorry.
I
I was trying to be complete.
No, I appreciate it. Did you ever tell any prospective investors that they couldn't see Theranos' audited financials because they revealed commercially sensitive information about the company?
Not that I can remember. I believe that was a discussion about how we would share go-forward financials, but not historical ones.
What do you mean by that?
We were very focused in getting audits, had we proceeded with getting audits done at that time, about the disclosure of those materials once they were complete, with respect to how they handled footnotes on the Walgreens and Safeway contracts specifically.
So you were anticipating sharing audited financials with shareholders on a go-forward basis?
I'm not sure exactly. I don't remember the discussions very specifically, but I know that was an area of focus when we were talking about starting to get audited financials done at that time.
Did the board ever encourage you to get completed audited financials?
Not that I can remember.
Did you tell the board that Theranos had not completed its annual audits in some time?
Yes.
Did you ever tell potential investors that Theranos couldn't share audited financials with them because it wasn't sharing audited financials with other investors?
We generally disclosed that we didn't have audited financials, is my memory. Again, if there's a specific conversation, I could try to speak to it more specifically.
Who do you recall having a conversation with about the fact that Theranos had no audited financials?
I don't recall a specific conversation. I just know we were very open about it.
Did you ever tell Capital in late 2014 that there were no proximity? Sorry, let me start over again. Did you ever tell Capital in late 2014 that there were no proximity limitations in the Walgreens contract, just time exclusivity?
I don't know what that means.
Did you ever tell Capital that there were no geographic limitations to the rollout of Theranos services at Walgreens locations in late 2014?
I'm sorry, just so I can answer the question, what is a geographic limitation?
That there was no, that the two companies had not discussed any limitations as to the rollout of Theranos services in Walgreens stores in 2015.
Sorry, Jessica, I don't understand what you're asking.
Okay, let me start over again.
Yeah.
Did you ever tell Capital that there were no geographical limitations to where Theranos could roll out its services in Walgreens stores?
So, just making sure I'm answering the question you're asking, the question is that we could roll out anywhere in the country?
Yes.
I don't remember specifically saying that.
Did you ever hear Mr. Balwani making that statement to Capital?
Not that I can remember.
Was that true as of
late 2014?
Was what your,
That statement.
can you say it one more time? Because none of us, we were all having a hard time, so I want to make sure she knows what you're asking. What statement?
That there were no geographic limitations to the rollout of Theranos services in Walgreens stores. Did you ever hear Mr. Valwani make that statement to Capital?
Not that I can recall.
Was that a true statement as of 2014?
I don't really understand it, but I mean, again, I know I had access to the Walgreens agreement.
And it was true that Theranos had to work with Walgreens in order to decide which additional stores to roll out Theranos services in, correct?
I mean, as we've discussed today, that relationship evolved so much that I don't know what the state of it was in December of 14 from memory.
It's true that Theranos couldn't unilaterally decide to roll out in any number of Walgreens stores without Walgreens' consent, correct?
Of course, they had to work with us on it.
Okay.
And you understood that in December 2014, is that correct?
Yes, I mean, it's their stores. They would have to be compliant with us showing up in them.
Did you ever tell Capital in late 2014 that you were fairly confident on hitting the 2014 financial projections?
I don't think so.
Did you ever hear Mr. Balwani make that statement?
Not that I can remember.
Did you ever tell Capital in late 2014 that with respect to 2015 projections, you believe that there could be a plus or minus 30% variance due largely to risk of execution?
I don't think so.
Did you ever hear Mr. Balwani make that statement?
Not that I can remember.
You testified earlier that RDB Corporation is the DeVos family, correct?
Yes.
Who were your contacts at RDB Corporation?
At what time?
Around the time that they were considering to invest in Theranos.
I believe.
Did you understand that they were part of this team?
I don't know if I knew that at that time. I met, I think, later.
And Theranos was having discussions with RDB Corporation in late 2014 about possibly investing in Theranos, correct?
Yes.
Did you tell RDB Corporation in late 2014 that instead of vials of blood, one for every test needed, that Theranos requires only a pinprick and a drop of blood to perform hundreds of tests?
I don't know.
Was that statement true as of late 2014? Could you perform hundreds of tests on one pinprick of blood?
We had developed hundreds of tests to run on a pinprick of blood at that time, from a product development standpoint.
So earlier we had talked about how it was 70 tests on one pinprick of blood. So now you're saying that hundreds of tests could be performed on one finger prick sample of blood?
Jesse, you just mischaracterized you mischaracterized the earlier testimony right now and what she just said in response to your question. There are two different questions. I mean, Elizabeth can answer, but I think you should ask the question rather than suggest that she's saying one thing now versus one thing earlier.
Well, can you square those two? That was what I understood that you said, so can you square those two? Which one is accurate?
So you're assuming that only one can be, that's not
Okay,
true
so
either.
if both of them are accurate, how are they both accurate?
Yeah, I believe earlier today we were talking about how, from a product development standpoint, the novel chemistries that we developed could work with as low as a microliter or less of blood. And therefore, if you could run 70 of them, for example, from a single sample. Additionally, by this time, fall of 14, Theranos had developed, and had development in what we thought were validation reports for hundreds of chemistries that we had actually made the reagents for, made the chemistry for, shown that the chemistry worked on small sample volumes from a product development standpoint.
So what your testimony is that if there's a reference to hundreds off of a drop of blood, it's not hundreds of tests with the same drop of blood, but one drop for each of those 100 tests, or something like that.
That was my understanding of the statement that you just made.
Did you ever hear Mr. Balwani make the statement that Theranos requires only a pinprick and a drop of blood to perform hundreds of tests?
I don't know.
Did you tell RDV Corporation in late 2014 that Theranos' revenue for 2015 is projected to be $990 million?
I don't think so.
Did you ever hear Mr. Balwani make that statement?
Not that I can remember.
Did you ever tell RDV Corporation that Theranos would open or was on the path to opening 900 Walgreens Theranos centers by 2015?
I don't think so.
Did you ever hear Mr. Balwani make that statement?
Not that I can remember.
Did you ever tell RDV Corporation that Theranos has no debt and has no plans to take on any debt financing?
I don't think so.
Did you ever hear Mr. Balwani make that statement?
Not that I can remember.
Was that statement true as of late 2014?
I think so.
Did you consider the Walgreens convertible note and the Safeway convertible note as debt?
I don't know.
What did you consider that as, if not debt?
I'm not sure. I don't know.
Was there interest that Theranos was paying on that loan, those two loans?
At that time, I don't know if we were thinking that that loan was going to convert into equity. I'm not sure how we were thinking about it.
So it's been a little over an hour. We take a break? Or are you real good?
You know, I'm still in the middle of this document, so I only have a few more questions, and then we can take a break. That works for you.
How far from the end totally are you?
I have 3 more questions.
Not from totally from the end.
No,
Oh, from-
For the day.
Why don't we talk about that at the break? And I think there's just a couple more questions on this kind of theme, and then we can.
Did you ever tell RDV Corporation in late 2014 that cash you would raise from them would be used to redeem earlier investors with shorter-term investment horizons?
Can you read that again?
Did you ever tell Capital that...
Sorry, RDB?
I'm sorry. Did you ever tell RDV Corporation in late 2014 that cash you were going to raise from them and other investors would be used to redeem earlier investors with shorter-term investment horizons?
I don't know if I said that, but that was definitely one of the strategies for raising money from long-term family sort of controlled companies and investment entities.
Did you ever hear Mr. Balwani make that statement?
I don't know.
Did Theranos ever redeem earlier investors with C2 proceeds?
Not in the way we had wanted to, which was sort of to buy out certain entities that we had learned did not have sort of a long-term interest in holding the shares. And we did a little bit of exercising the right of first refusal to make sure that shares didn't end up in secondary markets.
So I guess why didn't Theranos sort of pursue that shareholder consolidation strategy more aggressively?
Because shortly after we closed this round, we started dealing with the Wall Street Journal, and then very shortly after that, we're in sort of crisis mode trying to deal with the issues with the journal and then regulators.
This is just general timing.
Yes,
Yeah.
we didn't get the chance to execute on the plan we had.
Did you tell RDV Corporation in late 2014 that Theranos uses its own analyzer equipment?
I don't know if I did. I'm not sure.
Did you ever hear Mr. Balwani make that statement?
Again, I can't remember the specifics of these conversations. I don't know.
Did you ever tell RDV Corporation in late 2014 that the Theranos analyzer is a small fraction of the size of a current lab?
I can't remember the specifics of the conversation, but that's reflective of Minilab.
Did you ever hear Mr. Balwani make that statement to RDV Corporation?
I don't know.
Okay.
Okay, we can take a break. We are off the record at 3:34 p.m.
good to you.
Yes.
Thanks.
Good.
Yeah.
We're on the record at 3:55 p.m. Ms. Holmes, did you have any substantive conversations with the SEC staff during the break? I'm going to hand to you what's been marked, or previously marked, as Theranos Exhibit 260. Exhibit 260 purports to be a December 4th, 2014 letter from Elizabeth Holmes to Mr. Rupert Murdoch with starting dates number KRM_SEC 000000872. Have you seen Exhibit 260 before?
Not like this, but yes, the letter.
What do you mean by you haven't seen it like this?
Oh, it looks
What
like
part
it's
of it
got
looks unfamiliar?
check marks and underlines.
Okay. Did you draft and send the letter without the check marks and underlines on Exhibit 260 on or about December 4th, 2014?
I don't know if I drafted it then, and I think I may have worked with some people in drafting it, but I did send this letter to Rupert Murdoch.
Okay, so if you turn to the second page, which is 873, the first full paragraph down on that page, it says, Theranos has grown from cash from its contracts for some time. Do you see that?
Mm-hmm.
Was this statement true in December 2014?
I think so.
Why do you think so?
Over the past years, we had received payments from insurance companies and retailers that had helped us to grow.
Isn't it true that Theranos was running out of cash in 2010 and therefore had to go out and raise new capital, and again was running out of cash in 2013 and had to go out and raise new capital?
We raised capital, yes, in 2010 and 2013, and needed to raise capital at different points in time.
Okay. Were you concerned that this sentence would give the impression that Theranos was operating based on cash it was receiving from business partners and other customers and not actually from investor capital?
Not at the time.
You said not at the time. Are you concerned now that it would create that impression?
No, I understand the question that you're asking, but we had also disclosed that we've done equity raises in 2010 and in 2013.
Did you ever tell investors or potential investors at those equity raises that Theranos did not conduct those equity raises because Theranos needed money?
I'm sorry, because Theranos lost.
Let me start again. Did you ever tell investors or potential investors that Theranos conducted those equity raises not because Theranos needed the money?
No, not that I'm aware of.
Did you ever hear Mr. Balwani make that statement?
I don't think so.
And then here you also note, the next sentence says, the company has no debt and has no plans to take on any debt financing. Do you see that?
Yes.
And so I think your earlier answer, you said that you believe that that was true because you didn't consider the convertible notes to be debt. Is that right?
Yes, I generally remember thinking that those notes were going to be converting into equity.
The next paragraph there, it says, as the company gains visibility, we have had interest from a large number of funds in acquiring an equity stake in Theranos. What were the funds that had expressed acquiring an equity stake in Theranos at this time?
I'm just reading the next sentence. I believe, so I don't remember sitting here now what we were thinking when we wrote this. I think this is just a reference to venture capital type organizations or private equity organizations that wanted the company to rapidly go public, and we really wanted to stay private for an extended period of time.
So, do you recall any venture capital companies that had expressed interest in in acquiring a equity stake in Theranos in 2014?
I recall that there was a lot of investors who were interested in Theranos in 2014. I don't remember who specifically I was referring to in this letter.
Sure, my question was a little different. Do you recall any venture investors who were interested in acquiring a stake in the company in 2014?
Well, PFM was one that was sort of more short-term focused, and then yes, and I need a minute just to think about it. In the fall of 14.
And I guess while you're thinking about it,
Yeah.
I don't mean to limit it unfairly by venture, because my follow-up question is going to be about private equity companies, because I think you mentioned those as well.
Yeah. So what I'm thinking is, as we engaged in doing this C2 round, and I think this is also just a reference to, as I had raised money over the years, we would meet with a lot of funds, and they would sort of, one of the first questions was, are you going to take the company public? How fast are you going to take the company public? And we really did not want investors who were focused on short-term liquidity, because we knew we needed time and really wanted to remain private with a small shareholder base. So, I mean, there was a lot of early on venture capital funds we met with in the 2014 timeframe. There was a range of investment funds, some associated with ultimately the transaction that we ended up not taking money from. I can't sit here and tell you names, but I'm sure we could come back to you with some of them if we had the chance to just go back and look at notes from that time.
Okay, so I guess other than the PFM and the groups affiliated with, can you recall any venture or private equity funds that had expressed an interest in acquiring an equity stake in Theranos in 2014?
I believe, so I don't know, bless you.
Excuse me.
For not getting very sick. So I think there was discussions with Mubadala at that time. I don't know if BlackRock conversations had started at that time. There were others. I can't remember the names sitting here now, but I'm sure, again, we could come back to you if we had the chance to go back and look at documents.
I guess through this sentence, are you trying to express to Mr. Murdoch that there's a lot of potential interest in Theranos from private equity and venture type funds in Theranos?
No, I think what we were trying to express is that there was interest, but the interest was married with an interest in going public or having shorter term returns, and that we didn't think this was going to be a company that was going to have short term returns. And so instead, we were trying to find shareholders to be owners of the company long term.
You mentioned that you drafted this document with others. Who did you draft this document with?
I remember working on earlier versions of it with Riley Bechtel.
Anyone else besides Mr. Bechtel?
I don't know.
Did Mr. Bechtel review this document before it was sent out to Mr. Murdoch and others?
I don't know. I don't know.
You can put that one aside. Did you ever tell investors or potential investors in 2013 or 2014 that Theranos had developed proprietary devices that could conduct all of the blood tests that a central lab could conduct using only a few drops of blood?
Would you mind saying that one more time?
Did you ever tell investors or potential investors in 2013 or 2014 that Theranos had developed proprietary devices that could conduct all of the blood tests that a central lab could conduct using only a few drops of blood?
I don't know. You might have.
Did you ever hear Mr. Balwani make this statement to investors or potential investors?
I don't know.
Was that statement true in 2010, from 2010 to 2014?
Yes, with respect to the design of the mini lab.
Did you ever tell investors or potential investors in 2013 or 2014 that Theranos had developed proprietary devices that could conduct all of the blood tests that a central lab could conduct using a few drops of blood, and that those devices were ready for patient testing?
I don't know that we said it in those words, but generally that was what we were working to do with mini lab going into the FDA in that time frame.
Was the mini lab ready for patient testing in from 2010 to 2014?
We thought it was at that time.
Even in 2010?
The earlier version, which would have been the 3 Series devices, we believed was, yes, at that time.
You believe that the TSPU 3 Series was ready to conduct patient testing on all of the tests that a central lab could conduct?
I think there's 2 different points. One is the point about the design and capability of the TSPU architecture. Separately, we thought we were ready. In 2010, the concept was to take the technology into the FDA to try to get CLIA waived to be able to do clinical testing. We ended up not doing that and changing our business model, but we believed that we were in a place in which we would have been able to do that.
I'm sorry, I just want to make sure I understand that. When you say you believed you had the infrastructure to do that, was it your belief that the TSPU 3 Series was capable of running all different kinds of lab tests?
The architecture, right? The concept of the way that family of devices was designed allowed end-to-end testing. Right? The 3 Series was configured to run some tests. The 4 Series had a broader range of processors and detectors in it to do what we thought was any test.
Right, so just sticking with the 3 Series, it was never your understanding that the 3 Series could run all tests? Or even that it had the architecture to run all tests?
It had the core architecture. It didn't have the other detector modules to do it. So no, it was not it was not configured to do it.
And had Theranos taken any steps to configure a 3 Series machine to do all different kinds of tests?
To do multiple ranges in product development, we did, but then that became the 4 Series. Right?
Did you ever tell investors or potential investors in 2013 or 2014 that Theranos manufactured all of its blood analyzers?
I don't know.
Did you hear Mr. Balwani make that statement to investors or potential investors?
I don't know.
Was this statement true in 2013 and 2014?
With respect to the mini lab family, yes.
But it wouldn't have been true with respect to the machines that Theranos was using for patient testing, correct?
As you know, Theranos was using some of the mini lab family for patient testing. It was also using other machines.
That it hadn't manufactured, correct?
Correct, yes.
Did you tell investors or potential investors in 2013 or 2014 that demonstration tests of Theranos' manufactured devices would be run on devices manufactured by Theranos, even though they were not going to be tested on those devices?
Can we hear that question again?
Sure.
I don't understand.
Did you tell investors or potential investors in 2013 or 2014 that demonstrations you were conducting for investors or potential investors would be run on devices manufactured by Theranos, even though they weren't being run on devices manufactured by Theranos?
No.
Did you ever hear Mr. Balwani say that?
No.
Did you ever tell investors or prospective investors that Johns Hopkins had validated Theranos' devices?
I don't remember using those words, no.
Did you ever hear Mr. Balwani say that?
I don't think so.
Would that have been true in 2013 and 2014?
As you know, they had done an assessment. I don't think we thought of it as validating the device.
And the assessment, just to be clear, you had understood was on a 3 series device, right?
No, at that time we had the architecture of the 4 series as well.
Which one did you bring?
We brought a 3 series, but we presented on some of the 4 series, the data and the architecture.
Did you tell investors or potential investors in 2014 that the Walgreens contract was going well and that Theranos expected to open hundreds of stores by the end of 2015?
You know, you've already covered that ground 2 or 3 times ago.
I don't think I said that. I don't think so.
Did you ever hear Mr. Balwani say this?
I don't know.
Would the statement have been true in 2014?
Would you say it one more time?
Would the statement have been true?
No, I know there's just multiple pieces. I was trying to remember all of it.
Did you tell investors or potential investors in 2014 that the Walgreens contract was going well and that Theranos expected to open hundreds of stores in 2015?
I think so. I mean, I think that it would have been true at that time. At least we believed it to be true at that time.
At the time, Theranos and Walgreens were in the midst of renegotiating the contract, correct?
In 2014?
Yes.
I don't know. I mean, there were continual discussions about potential amendments to the contract throughout the duration of our relationship.
So why did you think that you would be rolling out hundreds of stores in 2015?
At Walgreens?
Yes.
Based on my interactions with Sunny and the interactions that I personally had with Walgreens leadership.
Did you tell investors or potential investors in 2014 that the Safeway contract was going well and that Theranos would be rolling out 2 Safeway stores in early 2015?
I don't think so.
Did you ever hear Mr. Dalwani say that?
I don't think so.
Would that statement have been true in 2014?
I don't know about the second part in terms of whether we thought we would be rolling out. I don't think we thought it was going well.
Did you tell investors or potential investors in 2013 or 2014 that analyzers that Theranos manufactured were being deployed in the battlefield?
No.
Did you hear Mr. Balwani tell investors or potential investors that?
No.
Was that true in 2013 or 2014?
No. I mean, it was not true, yes.
Did you tell investors or potential investors in 2013 or 2014 that analyzers that Theranos manufactured were being deployed in Afghanistan?
No.
Did you hear Mr. Balwani tell investors or potential investors that?
No.
Was this statement true in 2013 or 2014?
It was not true.
Did you tell Dignity Health that Theranos had deployed the TSPU in the battlefield?
No.
Did you hear Mr. Balwani tell Dignity Health that?
No.
Would that have been true in 2013 or 2014?
No.
Did you tell Dignity Health that 75% of Theranos' historical revenues was from the military?
No.
Did you ever hear Mr. Balwani tell Dignity Health that?
No.
Would that have been true in 2013 or 2014?
I don't think so.
Did you tell Steve Bird at Safeway that Theranos had deployed its TSPU on the battlefield?
No.
Did you hear Mr. Balwani tell Steve Bird that?
No.
Would that have been true in 2013 or 2014?
No.
And would that also have been true in 2011 or 2012?
It would not.
Did you tell Walgreens that Theranos had deployed its TSPU on military helicopters?
No.
Did you hear Mr. Balwani tell that?
I did not.
Would that have been true any time from 2010 to 2014?
We did not deploy on helicopters.
You did not deploy in helicopters ever?
Correct.
Right.
And I think they were used to transport the devices for AFRICON to Africa, but we didn't deploy the devices on helicopters.
Did you tell Intermountain Healthcare that Theranos had a relationship with the DoD that spanned about a decade?
I don't think so.
Did you hear Mr. Balwani tell Intermountain that?
No.
Would that have been true in 2013 or 2014?
No.
Did you tell investors or potential investors in 2013 or 2014 that Theranos had grown from cash from its pharmaceutical and military contracts over time?
Sorry, you said, did I tell potential investors in 13 or 14?
Yes.
I don't know.
Did you hear Mr. Balwani make that statement?
I don't know.
Would that have been true in 2013 or 2014?
I think so.
Why?
We had received payments from pharma and from this DoD study and used that to grow.
How much in combined payments had you made from pharmaceutical companies and from military contracts by the time of 2013, 2014?
I don't know.
Did you tell investors or potential investors in 2013 or 2014 that Theranos did not need to raise new capital for the operations of its business?
I don't think so.
Did you hear Mr. Balwani make this statement to investors or potential investors?
I don't think so.
Would that have been true in 2013 or 2014?
Not to execute on the plans we wanted to execute on.
And which plans were those?
A broad rollout at retail.
Did you tell investors or potential investors in 2013 or 2014 that Theranos had enough cash for working capital?
I don't think so.
Did you hear Mr. Balwani make this statement to investors or potential investors?
I don't know.
Would that have been true in 2013 or 2014?
I think it depends on when.
And why would it matter as to when?
We received the Walgreens payment in the end of 13, and that was an important event in the context of having the working capital to execute on our plans.
Did you tell investors or potential investors in late 2014 that Theranos was on track to make over $100 million in revenues by the end of the year?
I don't think so.
Did you ever hear Mr. Balwani make that statement?
I don't know.
Do you know if Mr. Balwani made that statement?
I don't.
Would that have been true in late 2014?
I don't think so.
Did you tell investors or potential investors that Theranos had made over $100 million in 2014?
No.
Did you ever hear Mr. Balwani make that statement?
I don't think so.
Is that a true statement?
No.
Did you tell investors or potential investors in 2013 or 2014 that Theranos was projected to make $1 billion in 2015 and $2 billion in 2016?
I did not personally. I know that was in some of the financial models. There are numbers generally like that were in some of the financial models that Theranos shared.
And who shared those financial models with investors?
Generally, to the extent that we presented on them, Sunny shared them.
Did you ever present that information to investors or potential investors?
I personally did not.
Did you tell investors or potential investors in 2013 or 2014 that Theranos' engagement with the FDA was voluntary and there was no requirement to seek clearance or approval for its tests on the TSPU?
I don't think we said that in those words.
Which words did you use?
We generally described being an LDT and that we wanted to, we thought, proactively engage with the FDA on getting clearance of every LDT we would bring up.
Did you ever hear Mr. Balwani tell investors or potential investors in 2013 or 2014 that Theranos' engagement with FDA was voluntary?
Again, I don't think so in those words.
Did you ever hear Mr. Balwani tell investors or potential investors in 2013 or 2014 that there was no requirement for Theranos to seek clearance or approval of its tests on the TSPU?
I don't think so.
Did you tell investors or potential investors in 2013 or 2014 that Theranos' engagement with FDA was voluntary and there was no requirement to seek clearance or approval for any other Theranos devices like the Nanotainer?
You know, you've covered this at length in other portions of this deposition, both today and last month.
Do you understand the question?
Just repeating it back, the question is, did I tell investors That we did not have to get clearance on the nanotainer?
Yes.
No.
Did you hear Mr. Balwani make that statement?
I don't think so.
What is your current relationship with Sunny Balwani?
I haven't talked for a long time.
When did you first get to know him?
I think I met him in 2002.
How did you meet him?
I was studying at a program in Beijing University in China, and he was there.
Were you introduced by friends?
But we weren't introduced. Yes.
When was that?
Earlier in 2002.
Were you introduced by them?
No, we weren't introduced. I just had known him at Stanford.
So how did you get to know one another?
We were in the same Stanford program at Beijing University.
Were you and Sunny Balwani ever engaged in a romantic relationship?
Yes.
When?
Over a long period of time. I think starting in shortly after I met him, I think more seriously in around 2004 when I was starting the company. And then it was a complicated relationship through the time that he joined the company and then later when he was working at the company.
How long were you and Mr. Balwani together in a relationship?
It was on and off over a period of time, but throughout the time that he was at the company until he left in, I guess it was last year.
So you broke up with Mr. Balwani when he left the company?
No, I think the personal relationship had died before that, but it was on and off throughout the time prior to him joining and then after he joined.
Did you live together?
We did.
When did you start living together?
I think in 05 or 06. I think 05.
For how long did you live together?
On and off between 05 and 2016.
And did you live together at the 227 Park Avenue?
We did.
Okay. Where do you live now?
Sorry, were you living with Mr. Balwani the whole time he was at Theranos? Or, I guess I just want to...
Almost all of it, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Do you own your current resident? Did Theranos employees know that you and Mr. Balwani were dating?
Some of them did.
Did they know that you were living together?
Some of them did.
Did the board know that you were dating?
Some of them did.
Who did?
When he first joined the board members knew him as my boyfriend, and then later I talked with some of them about it, and I've had conversations with Riley Bechtel about it, with David Boyes, with Jim Mattis, others.
Did you ever tell investors that you and Mr. Balwani had a romantic relationship at the time that you were asking them to invest in Theranos?
No.
Have you told any shareholders that you and Mr. Balwani had a romantic relationship?
Riley knew prior to investing. I generally, my personal life is my personal life.
Is that why you didn't share that information with potential investors?
Yes.
What happened to the relationship?
What do you mean?
How did it end?
The personal relationship?
Yes.
I think when he joined the company, we had spent, I think it was 4 or 5 years together by that point, and really understood that our connection was about trying to create and work together. It wasn't really about the romantic part, and once we started working together, it was a very intense working relationship, and the sort of romantic piece that was there at the very beginning died. I don't think it happened in one moment, but it was very clear that we were colleagues.
And so when did you end up breaking off the relationship with Mr. Balwani?
The romantic relationship?
Yes.
It happened over a period of time.
Mr. Balwani is no longer at Theranos, correct?
That's right.
When did he leave?
I believe around Memorial Day of 2016.
Why did he leave?
I was trying to restructure the company. It was time for new leadership and a different leadership structure.
Was it mutual?
Yes.
Why did he want to leave the company?
You should ask him that.
Yeah, I mean, I'd be speculating, you know.
Did you have any understanding as to why he wanted to leave?
I think he knew it was time for a different structure.
Did you ever tell investors or shareholders that Mr. Balwani was asked to retire?
He was asked to retire. I don't think I would have said it in those words.
Had Mr. Balwani previously been thinking about leaving the company prior to Memorial Day 2016?
I mean, we had multiple conversations about it over the years. I don't know what he was thinking, actually.
So if you pick up Exhibit 221 again. And you turn to the page with base number ending 6427, which is page 189. So you'll see there are a number of text messages between you and Mr. Balwani on July 15th, 2015. If you look, maybe nine messages down from the top at 4:44 p.m. Mr. Balwani writes to you and he says, "I worked for 6 years, day and night, to help you. I thought it would be better. I know you are angry in your way and upset with me for not doing everything you wanted me to do." Do you remember this conversation with him?
Not specifically, no.
And then you write back and you say, there are question marks, and you say, "I was just thinking about texting you in that minute. By the way, it's just hard to transition." Do you see that?
Yeah.
Do you recall why he was writing you about the fact that he'd worked pretty hard on the company?
No, I mean, I don't.
And then he writes back to you at 4:46 p.m. He says, "I am responsible for everything at Theranos. All have been my decisions too." Do you see that?
I do.
Did you agree that you and Mr. Balwani were managing the company together and making decisions for the company together?
Yeah, I mean, we made him president of the company, and he wanted to run the company and run operations, and I let him do that.
And then if you look down a few more text messages, there's one that's sent by Mr. Balwani at 4:49 p.m. And he says, "I'm not leaving until we break even. We will do this together, and I will be by your self until then. Can't leave like this." What did you understand him to mean by that?
So first of all, do you remember?
I don't remember this text exchange. I'm just trying to read the text above it to get context. I mean, he's clearly talking about getting the company to a point in which it's at break even. I don't know what else he means by that.
Okay. And then at 4:51, he writes again. He says, "And yes, I do dislike the direction you've taken with all this PR and all legal work and a lot of other things." Do you see that?
Yes.
Were you aware that he disagreed with the PR strategy that the company had taken at this time?
I'm not sure that that's what that's referring to. I think that he had specific strong disagreements with certain people on our team who were advising us to do certain things on both the PR and legal side.
Who was he disagreeing with?
I mean, you need to talk to him about this because I'll be guessing what he's referring to specifically, but I think he'd be able to talk about it. You know.
Okay. You just said that you thought that this is referring to him disagreeing with others. Who were you thinking of when you said that?
He had disagreements with the general counsel that I brought in.
Anyone else?
Some of the teams that she put in place on the PR and legal side.
I'm sorry, put in place on the
PR and legal side.
And then at 4:53 p.m., a few more text messages down, he writes to you, he says, "Things are different now. We need to get the business to break even, and then I will leave. We are different when it comes to business." Did you agree that you and he had different mindsets when it came to business strategy?
I don't know if it's business strategy. We had different mindsets on how to run the company.
Okay, and what were those differences?
Just very different leadership styles, management styles.
Was there anything else that was different about how you and he wanted to run the business?
I mean, I'm sure many things. I would need to sit here and try to come up with a list, but we're just very different in how we approach it, and I'm running the company very differently now.
I think there's something you mentioned last time that you had a very different leadership style than Mr. Balwani. How would you describe Mr. Balwani's leadership style?
He comes out of a pure tech and sort of software company environment where there's very aggressive schedules, very aggressive goals, and companies that have had a different sort of work environment than the kind of culture that I resonate with and I'm trying to build in the company now.
I guess looking back, do you have concerns about how his leadership style impacted the performance of the company?
I have concerns with the way that certain people were treated.
And I guess, is there a category of people or sort of like a group?
No, I think that we were trying to do something that's really hard and really big, and everybody makes mistakes along the way, and the ability to engage with people to patiently and humbly and nicely try to overcome hiccups is a more successful style, and I think we could have done a better job at that.
You can put that one aside. Do you have an employment agreement with Theranos?
I do.
Has it been modified at any time during, or when was the first employment agreement that you signed with Theranos?
It would have been 2004.
In 2004?
Yep.
Has that agreement been modified several times since then?
I don't think so.
How are you compensated by Theranos?
I have a salary, and over the years I've been given stock awards.
Okay. Have you been compensated in any other way besides your salary and the stock awards?
I don't think so.
And what has been your salary in the last, I guess, 5 years?
think it was $200,000 a year for some period of time, and then it was raised to $400,000, I think in 2015, and then recently the board just a couple weeks ago approved raising it again.
They approved raising it again?
Yeah.
So what is your salary now?
Well, we haven't made it effective because I don't know whether I want to take a salary increase right now or not. I've been thinking about it, but they would have made it commensurate with other members of the management team, which is $600,000.
So when was the board discussing this? You said a few weeks ago?
Yes.
And when is it supposed to go effective?
It would have been effective a few weeks ago. I hadn't had our teams process it.
Do you receive a paycheck every 2 weeks?
I do.
And in terms of your ownership of the company, have you always had a majority ownership of Theranos?
Obviously, when I founded it, I did. Then no, and then I got stock awards over a period of time, and recently used my stock to recapitalize the company, to reprice investors so that our A, B, and C investors wouldn't be diluted. So I don't anymore.
What is your percentage ownership of the company now?
I think it's about 30%, or somewhere 30 to 32%.
And do you hold a majority of the voting rights for the company?
I do.
You still do now?
I do.
Have the other members of your senior management received their salary increases already?
Yes. Salary increases or stock awards, we're in the process of issuing. I wanted to give additional stock awards to the management team.
Go off the record at 4:37 p.m.
Right. Why don't we just take a couple minutes and then we'll see if there's anything additional. We are back on the record at 4:47 p.m. Ms. Holmes, did you have any substantive conversations with the SEC staff during the break?
No.
Have any of Theranos' investors complained to you, or are you aware of any investors complaining to anyone at Theranos that statements that were made to them prior to their investments were not true or accurate?
Not outside of PFM.
What do you understand PFM's complaints to be?
Well, doesn't PFM's complaint speak for itself? I mean, it's a 75-page document, and you can't ask her to try and summarize that.
I mean, I generally understood it to replay the Wall Street Journal narrative.
Is there anything outside of PFM's complaint or any other conversations you might have had with them in which you're aware that there were other statements outside of the complaint that they believed were not true?
That PFM believed were not true?
Yes.
I haven't had any conversations with PFM directly about it, so I don't know anything beside the lawsuit that they filed.
So, just more specifically, I think I understand your answer is going to be that in connection with the sort of the tender offer process and the recapitalizing some of those investors, did any investors express any concerns about the accuracy of the information they had received from the company to date?
Not to my knowledge.
Ms. Holmes, we have no further questions at this time. We may, however, call you again to testify in this investigation, and should that be necessary, we'll contact your attorneys. Ms. Holmes, do you wish to clarify anything?
Can we, can we take a quick break before she answers that question?
There's a pending question. We don't take breaks on pending
I guess the question is whether she personally has anything to clarify, but then we'll also ask the question if counsel has anything to clarify.
Okay.
Ms. Holmes, do you wish to clarify anything?
No. Thank you.
Do you wish to add anything to the statements that you've made today?
I don't think so.
Mr. Neal and Mr. Dwyer, would you like to ask any clarifying questions?
Can we just take a 2-minute break? Everybody can stay here, so I'll just stay 2 minutes.
Go off the record at 4:49.
You're back on the record at 5:04 p.m. Ms. Holmes, did you have any substantive conversations with the SEC staff during the break?
No.
Okay, we don't have any questions, but I will reiterate on the record what I said just a minute ago to you all outside the presence of the record, which is that in your questions about whether Ms. Holmes had heard complaints from any investors, we believe counsel received some complaints from investors at various points, and we're going to try and figure out whether there is a way to identify for you who those complainants were without waiving privileges, because we believe some of those were communicated in a privileged way to Ms. Holmes, and so we'll get back to you with either a confirmation that what I just said is accurate or a clarification.
Thank you. Would any of the other council like to ask clarifying questions today?
No.
Nope.
Shockingly, no.
This ends DVD 5 of 5, and we are off the record at 5:05 on August 23rd, 2017.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you very much.